Good evening, everyone. Welcome to your City Council meeting of January 17th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Here in our council chambers, we're going to start our meeting with a pledge to the flag. So please rise with me as local longtime business owner Peter Kim leads us in the pledge to duty.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I don't have a city pen for you, Peter. Maybe later. I got a plaque. All right. Roll call.
Councilmember Franklin?
Here.
Councilmember Haworth?
Here.
Councilmember Lesser?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery?
Here.
Mayor Napolitano?
Here. And that takes us to our ceremonial calendar, and this is presentation of recognition awards for longstanding local businesses. As everyone knows, that our Steve Sherrillian, our finance director, comes jogging down to the podium. City of Manhattan Beach is a symbiotic relationship between residents, visitors, and businesses, and our longstanding businesses have provided services and goods and so much giving back to our community. And so we want to recognize them, and Steve, you've got some words to say as well.
I do. Just a few words. Again, tonight is the Recognition Award for Longstanding Local Businesses. Excited to be here, celebrate the businesses. Our business is thriving. We've had 150 businesses that qualified for our recognition program, so excited about that. The way our recognition program works is we have a 5-year and a 10 and 15 year. The 5-year receive a certificate that will be mailed to them. The 10 and 15 year will receive a proclamation that will be mailed to them. We have a 20-year recognition. They will be presented with plaques, and a 25-year as well. The 30 year is a larger plaque, and that will be followed by the 40 and 50 year.
Okay.
We had 5-year, we had 45 businesses in the 5-year category. In the 10-year category, we had 34 businesses. And in the 15-year category, we had 28 businesses. For the 20-year, there's 15. In the 25-year, there's also another 15. The 30-year, we had 7. The 40-year, we had 4. And the 50-year, we had 2. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Napolitano. The plaques are behind you. And
trust me, I know. We've got a lot of long-term businesses in Manhattan Beach. I know because I've got the carpal tunnel to prove it after signing all the certificates. We'll talk to workers' comp after this, but we're going to start with our 20-year honorees here. And I want to ask, I understand these folks are in the audience, so Manhattan Pizzeria, come on down. Okay, that's not a good sign for the rest of us. I was told they're in the, okay, on Zoom we have Palm Consulting Services. Do we have Zoom? Oh, they're on the screen. Give them a round of applause anyway. There we go.
Going great.
Working out just like we hoped it would in rehearsal. Studio 5 Hair Designs. Studio 5. All right. We love you anyway. There you go. Wallander and Associates. Hey! Woo! Thought it was me. Maybe it is. Councilmember Franklin, you want to join me up here with some pins to hand out? As he makes his way down, like the Price is Right. We're going to give our plaque, which I slaved away for here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right. We got this here. Does council want to take a picture? Are we congratulating, or what are we doing? Okay, we'll save you for the 50 year.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. That takes us takes us to our 25 years. That starts with Check the Do Hair Salon. Check the Do. Is Check the Do here? If you are, I could use help with this. All right. Custom Quality Construction Incorporated. All right. See, this was at the top of their calendar. What? David J. Lesser, attorney at law? The fix is in. All right. Here you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. International Cosmetics and Regulatory Specialists. Hey. There we go. 25 long years. Just like yesterday, though.
Yeah, it is.
You want to
'Cause
say anything?
Oh, no. Well, thank you. It's been, as I said, a long 25 years. So happy to have made it through COVID and looking forward to the next 25.
Thank you very much for all the services you provide to the community and beyond. Congratulations. We've got a city pin for you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Next up, we got Orbit Satellite Service. Orbit Satellite Service. Okay. Power Karate. Power Karate. Yes. Been down here several times.
All right.
Brenda,
Done.
you're
Congratulations.
coming. I like it.
Look at all of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do I get a hug? Good to see you. How are you doing?
How you doing?
Congratulations.
City pin.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. Well done on my.
Congratulations.
Oh, we get a little
Pin.
Congratulations. I'll get you one.
I know. Look forward to
I
it.
expect to see you wearing that in Hercules. Or the sleep pin. Or spring rides. That's coming up sooner. See you later. Next up, R.M. Davis, Mike Davis. Come on down.
Hi.
My name's Mike. I'm on here on behalf of Mike Davis.
Okay.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it tonight.
It's
Tell
another
us what you do.
Oh, I work for Mike Davis. We build.
Okay.
Home builders.
There we go. Congratulations. Thank you for all your work. Coming from a job, right? Working all the time. Thank you very much. Just giving a city pin? Very good. Thank you very much. All right, 30 years. These are 30 years of business and service and goods and giving back to the city of Manhattan Beach. We're going to start with the Downtown Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association. Jill Lampkin.
Not sure it's fair. that
We
I'm
all expect to
second.
see this proudly displayed in your office.
Oh, yes, I will definitely do that. Thanks to all the businesses that make this possible. That's who actually deserves the award. Oh, there's more? Yes. Oh, there's more. I have this. Oh, well, thank you. I got nothing.
Next up, Pheno Manhattan Beach. Pheno Manhattan, I should say. Pheno Manhattan.
I can't believe this.
You want to remind everybody what your
Oh,
business
God, I was hoping for the key to the ladies' room or something, you know?
It's not locked. You don't need a key.
Thank you so much. I'm the manager of Pheno. I've been there for 30 plus years. I can't believe it.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wow.
We've got a city pin for you here, too.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next up, Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce. David Archer.
It wasn't all me.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
Very good.
Thank you to the people.
All right, he is on the agenda later. So 40 years of dedicated service and business here in Manhattan Beach. Hennessy's Tavern. Hennessy's Tavern, come on down.
empty hand.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like Paul Hennessy.
48. Thank you. Been around for 12. Paul couldn't be here tonight. He wished he would have been able to be here.
I understand. He's a busy guy.
Good seeing you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
All right, I saw Keith here earlier. Connecta Federal Credit Union. Connecta. They have their brand new branch at the corner of Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Sepulveda, which we were waiting for years to develop, so we're very happy about that as well. So again, we hope to see that up there. Thank you.
And hikes.
Montage Skincare. Montage. Okay. They must be working. Salvatore Shoe Repair. Our North End. Yay! All right, that's 40 years. Now we're on to 50 years.
Wow.
Peter Kim started this business when he was 2 years old. Sloopy's Beach Cafe. Got the gold right there. I'm seeing that too, yeah. We got silver and gold.
Oh, yes. Good. Thought mine.
All right, last but certainly not least, the copy shop. The copy shop. Are we here? They're on Zoom. Are they here? Do we have them? Seeing none. Okay. The copy shop. Yay, copy shop. All right. All right, that's it. Once again, thank you and congratulations. Or, I don't know if it's congratulations. We have so many people coming here and say, oh my God, I can't believe it's been so long. But we really appreciate, again, the services, the goods, the dedication of the city of Manhattan Beach, the businesses help make this city run. We appreciate all you do. So thank you again. All right.
Recording in progress.
Yes, it is. Got it. Okay. All right. That takes us to item E, approval of agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances. And I'll ask council if there are going to be any polls from the consent calendar. We need to let people know now that they're going to be polled. And otherwise, if there are no polls, if we can get a motion to approve the agenda. Okay, moved by Councilmember Lesser, second by Councilmember Franklin. No polls from the consent calendar? Okay. Then we'll have a
Mayor.
voting screen on that.
I'm going to have, since Richard, Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery's not here, I have to do voice votes.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Franklin?
I vote aye, Your Honor.
Okay. Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Haworth?
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery?
Yes.
And Mayor Napolitano.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And that takes us to City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events. These are announcements of up to 1 minute of length where you come down, share with the community what's going on and what's upcoming.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. I'm Josh Murray, and I'm here on behalf of Manhattan Beach Library. Adults are invited to an author talk this upcoming Saturday, January 21st at 2 p.m. at the Manhattan Beach Library. Author Belinda Tang will discuss her novel, A Map for the Missing, on the 2022 NPR Books We Love list, an epic, mesmerizing debut novel set against a rapidly changing post-cultural revolution in China. A Map for the Missing reckons with the costs of pursuing one's dreams and the lives we leave behind. Again, this program will take place this Saturday, January 21st at 2 p.m. in the community room at Manhattan Beach Library, and it is co-sponsored by the Manhattan Beach Library Commission and Pages, a bookstore. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Other community announcements.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. It's wonderful to be here tonight. I'm Aylin Stewart, Cultural Arts Manager, and I'm here to invite everyone to the opening reception of Metamorphosis, our new exhibition. It will be opening this Friday, January 20th from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Manhattan Beach Art Center. And in case you can't make the opening reception, the show does go on through April 2nd. On Friday, however, we will have light refreshments and beverages and all sorts of fun things. So if you can make it, stop on by. And then I was also going to report out the learning at the library, but Josh just did that, so I don't know if we need to do it twice. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Napolitano, members of the City Council, George Gabriel, Assistant to the City Manager. Next week we'll be hosting the 2023 annual homeless count. The count will be going on next Wednesday on January 25th. The homeless count will be counting homeless individuals along with the rest of the county that are in the Manhattan Beach jurisdiction. The event begins at 8 o'clock p.m. at the Jocelyn Community Center. The city is seeking and soliciting volunteers, so if you're interested in signing up, please go to www.manhattanbeach.gov/homeless, and on there should be a flyer with a sign-up link as well.
Okay, and when they sign up, is there some training that goes along with that?
There is you can get advanced training as well as training at the actual deployment site, which we'll be watching a video to go over that. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. David Archer, Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce. It's a pleasure to be here before you this evening. We have a number of things going on. We have a wonderful mixer at Fish Bar in North Manhattan Beach tomorrow evening at 5:30. We have a ribbon cutting on Saturday at the Studio MDR at noon. The ribbon cutting will be at noon. That's over off of 1590 Rosecrans. We have our Unity in the Community event coming up on February 2nd. That'll be a virtual event, so look for more information on that. And we also have the February mixer planned at Tin Roof Bistro over at Manhattan Village. And then we're working on with the city, on the State of the City being March 16th, I believe, at the Westerf Hotel. That's all I have, and I thank you for being here.
Thank you, David. All right. Other community announcements? Council?
Yeah, Mayor Napolitano. And so Mayor Napolitano and I serve on the Manhattan Beach Unified School District Ad Hoc Committee, and we're very pleased to announce that 3 elementary schools in Manhattan Beach have been selected as the California Distinguished School Award winners. So they are Pacific, Pennicamp, and Meadows. And that requires a huge effort from teachers and staff, and also from the students and from the parents. So very much appreciate all their hard work, and it shows and it paid off, and so congratulations. Another quick announcement is that if you heard the roaring of the crowd from MBMS Auditorium last Thursday, I was joined by volunteers and city staff to train 1,200 MBMS students on e-bike safety. We did it one grade at a time, further demonstrating how those teachers are angels here on earth to manage those many students. But the important part is they got the message. They were very responsive. And when you see them doing the right thing out there, please let them know that and reinforce those, that good training. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And funny, when I went to Pacific School, it wasn't a distinguished school. Weird coincidence.
Well,
Councilmember Haworth.
Coincidence? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, on January 22nd, it marks the beginning of the new lunar year. So I want to wish all who celebrate the Lunar New Year a happy and prosperous, healthy new year.
And which year is it?
The year of the rabbit. It is the year of the rabbit.
All right, thank you.
You're so welcome.
Any other announcements from council? Okay, seeing that, we're going to move on to public comments. Now, these are public comments of 3-minute time limit. So you can come on down to the microphone. You got 3 minutes to talk about anything that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city and the city council.
I'll go first.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rosalie Rappis. I am an LCSW care manager at Beach City's Health District. I'm also a resident and a parent here who has a child at that esteemed Meadows Elementary. So very, very happy to hear of that acknowledgement. I'm actually here tonight to provide 2 proclamations of appreciation and gratitude to the Manhattan Beach Fire Department and the Police Department for their assistance for over the many years with our holiday gift bag program. This is a program that provides seniors, disabled adults living in the beach cities a little something extra that they may not get because of their isolation or their distance from families. And so I just would like to outline some of the feedback I got. One 80-year-old client, oh, she's probably over 80 now, texted me, by the way, that they are the bomb. And I had some others who appreciate we put stamps in there, which, you know, a lot of our older adults still utilize snail mail quite regularly. And they're very appreciative of that because it's hard for them to find stamps, or it's not in their budget to afford stamps that have gotten much more expensive. And then others who really like the puzzle books because it gives the person they're caring for something to do so they can have a little respite. And so I know that it's full of small items, but they do have a big impact. And so I just want to share quickly, it's from our board of directors. Whereas the Manhattan Beach Fire Department and Police Department have dedicated their time, energy, and civic service to the Beach City's Health District Holiday Gift Bag Project, supporting older adults and older adult disabled residents of Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, and Hermosa Beach by delivering gift bags and spreading holiday cheer throughout the holiday season. So thank you very much, and I will leave these proclamations.
Thank you. I didn't know we were going to get that, but I just so happens, we try and keep them separate, and George is standing between them. But the Chiefs are here, so if the Chiefs would come down to accept these, that'd be wonderful. So thank you.
Nice to meet you. There you go. Thank you so much for your time. And there you go. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Next up, Gail.
Hi. Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm Gail Fortas, a 35-year resident. I'm against high-rise project verandas as it's proposed, and I know you know that. We need your strength and sensibility to stop high-rise. I have 2 points to cover. On October 18th, the presiding council showed great leadership with a majority of no vote to deny the high-rise building application. There was 9 months of information review and conversation, lengthy appeals, 5 to the Planning Commission, followed by several more to the City Council itself. There was a multitude of literature and law to review and interpret, and several thousand resident emails. I know the new council members are perfectly capable of getting educated on high-rise, but this amount of information is overwhelming for anyone. You, Councilmember Howarth and Lesser, you just need more time. Now for some ammunition to fight against opportunist developers that misuse state laws to overbuild. I'm going to focus on the project's location, literally next to Chevron Refinery. From a health and safety perspective, the city must assess the dangers of building housing so close to an active oil refinery. I presume you all know about the regular fires at Chevron. To name a few, I have pictures. I don't know where the camera is, but
we see them.
December 1st, that's barely a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, even seen from Hermosa Beach, posted on Nextdoor. One on November 10th, a 2-alarm fire that took over 2 hours to, this one on November 10th, took over 2 hours to extinguish. This was not the 2-alarm fire. This was a fire at Chevron that took over 2 hours to extinguish, November 10th. A 2-alarm fire on June 27th, that's this one. A 2-alarm fire. And the biggest and best, on October 17th, This took 5 fire departments to put out, was huge, including our fire department, and over 6 hours to extinguish. These are just a few of the ones that I'm familiar with, and I'm not even counting the regular burn-offs. It makes no sense with the ever-present and recurring issues at Chevron that this project doesn't get a proper environmental review and/or adverse impact study. You need a highly skilled land use attorney experienced in CEQA matters at the table advising you before you re-vote, and one that doesn't have any conflicts of interest with developers. Do what's best for the city and your residents. Hold firm on your convictions. Remember, you already voted no on High Rose with good reason. Thank you for listening and your consideration.
Emphatic. Way to get in there at a time. All right.
Happy New Year, everyone. Honorable Mayor.
Well, we used to have a trap door, but.
Mayor Napolitano, Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, and Joe, and the new council members. It's really nice to see you. Congratulations. This is in regards to item 18. I had surgery, so I'm going to have to leave. I'm sorry I can't stay for the entire event. I've been on enough Zoom calls until midnight with you. As a member of the Downtown Residents Group, we were happy to be on board with the city creating temporary outdoor dining spaces for restaurants during COVID. We all wanted our restaurants to survive, and I spent a lot of money on those dining. But the emergency is over, so I thank you for taking the wise decision to remove all dining decks and start the process of looking at the idea of outdoor dining. Please continue to support the removal of dining decks in the public roadway as of March 10th, regardless of state emergency orders, as the LA City Council has also determined. I'm assuming this pertains also to all the tables and chairs all over public sidewalks and encroachments, and to all the businesses that are not even coded to serve alcohol outside or to act as a restaurant or bar that are out there in the city. We appreciate your support for a long-term and thoughtful solution that's in the best interest of all residents of Manhattan Beach. As you look into permanent outdoor dining, a few reminders. Our mission is to preserve our small-town beach character and enhance the quality of life for our residents, businesses, and visitors. My deep concern is that outside promoters and inside promoters of growth are pushing for more development without understanding or considering who we are as a community. In order for staff to do their job to investigate the possibility of permanent outdoor dining, I have some topics that should be considered, and that because its significant quality of life impacts need to be evaluated by downtown residents as well as visitors, and downtown residents particularly because we live downtown. And I'm sure from Jim Burton's reports and all those photographs you can see what we've been dealing with for the last 3 years. So input from all residences are important. Small businesses that can state their mind without feeling retaliation. And that is happening in downtown that you do not know about, that people are upset and they feel like they cannot speak up. Input from downtown residents specifically, an environmental review, CEQA, garbage, density of people, delivery, garbage trucks, nonstop in all downtown alleyways, blocking the streets, and particularly now that we have 2 to 3 times capacity in most of these restaurants as we had from before restrictions. Also looking into parking, bikes, pedestrian. We had a rodents vermin problem. I never had roaches for 40 years in my house. I had a month-long problem, and my tenants had rats in their house. So that's the issues with all this outdoor dining. And then who gets the spaces that are eventually offered? Who decides that? Do they remain public property? Are they going to be leased at the current rate of their indoor spaces and not $3 a square foot and not as a gift? And are we returning the meters back to what they were before COVID? Let's not forget that for people who are regularly parking. ADA requirements, and lastly, the Coastal Commission. Councilmember Norworth can tell you we spent 2 years working on that project, spent $3 million. We went to Coastal Commission. I was there, and they rejected it with barely reading it. So thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, other speakers here in the audience?
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I wasn't sure I was going to speak tonight, but there's this crime thing that just keeps happening, and it's, I called in last City Council meeting and just talking about dispatch and the issues with the non-emergency number and not really getting great results, and I think that we resolved that. Since that call, there were 3 cars stolen. That was 3 weeks ago, I think, the last City Council meeting, roughly, and there's been 3 cars stolen in the train section right around my house. So that's a lot. All cars were locked. There were 2 home invasions. This is also right around my house. This is stuff I know about. This is not from firsthand information, not information I'm getting from next door or social media. One of the home invasions, the criminal helped himself to some food in the kitchen when the homeowner was coming down the stairs thought it was his son. So things are just seem to be just a little much, and I'm grateful for PD. So I don't point the finger at them, but we have this criminal justice reform in action. The last car that was stolen was over the weekend, and I spoke with a homeowner today. I saw her outside. She lives around the corner from me. This is what she wrote on Nextdoor, and I had her permission to read this. Locals, our 2006 silver Honda Odyssey minivan was stolen out of our driveway early this morning between 2 and 5 a.m. It was locked with the alarm set, and nothing valuable was in the car. Nothing is safe anymore, no matter what protections you have. We love that car and are devastated. So if in the span of 3 weeks this is happening, and these are just the things that I personally know about through people that I know, this lady whose car was stolen is one of your supporters. And I say that because MB United, which I associated with you, Councilmember Howarth, advocated for reimagining policing. And reimagining policing is defund policing. And that's what West Hollywood did. They cut, I think, 6 sheriffs. I spoke about that before. And I know that that's not happening here, and I'm grateful that's not happening here. But to say you're pro-public safety, but then have that messaging, it's just a little confusing to me. And I hope that there's been a shift in that because we see everything that's happening. So I just wanted to just highlight those things, and people don't feel safe. I know the MB United people feel safe. I don't know how. I mean, I feel lucky when I come home and my house hasn't been robbed. I mean, that's where we're at. And I want to thank PD for their continued service. If you look at MBPD Instagram account, you can see the stuff that they're dealing with, the guns and all the, when they pull over people and the guns that are in the cars, it's just insane. Thank you.
Not wear a hat. I don't know what it looks like. Mayor Napolitano, it's good to see you. Councilmember Franklin, Councilmember Lesser, Howarth, welcome. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, I miss you.
There, he's waving to you.
Yeah, you're waving. I want to talk, I'll save my dining deck comments till later, but I want to talk, just pick up on the last speaker on public safety and police. And I think this is a real concern. I think all of us are very concerned about public safety. I think our police are doing a fantastic job. And I think it is time now more than ever to support our police department. In one of the recent holiday strolls, I forget which one, in just talking with a couple officers, we're just talking about crime and things that are happening, and they talked about how many calls they're making just for quality of life issues and how much effort is being spent on quality of life issues. And I was kind of thinking about this, and I've been here for 30 years, almost 30, 93, so yeah, maybe close. But how many times I had called PD, and I'm just kind of thinking back, I go, man, I don't know. I don't ever, maybe once, I don't know, emergency, something, car accident kind of thing here in downtown. But over the last 2.5 years, I have probably called the Manhattan Beach Police Department either 2 or 3 dozen times, and largely at the direction of council and or staff. I've got a big rig that pulls up in front of the house at 4:10 in the morning, and everybody can see all the pictures or whatever it's been happening, and ask and send emails or whatever, and what is the response? Call PD. We've got cars that cannot park on Manhattan Beach Boulevard that are driving into our neighborhood, and our neighbors have now, we've got the trick, the musical car. We pull the cars out of the garage, park them on the street, and some of these guys are leaving them there for days and complain to the city, and the city's response is call PD, call PD, call PD. I don't want to call PD. Are you kidding me? Our police department has much better things to do than the quality of my life. And then somebody's talking about rooftop dining decks or rooftop decks, and we already know what happened with shade and all of that, but I think this body has the ability to either direct or legislate or set policy where the police department doesn't need to respond. I don't want to call PD, period, ever. I mean, unless it's an emergency or a real crime, like this young lady or one of the last speakers was talking about. I think our police department needs to be focused on real police and real crime issues and not spending time dealing with quality of life issues to the extent possible. I know it's not a panacea and rainbows and unicorns. We're going to need to call PD for your teenagers are having a party and it's 2 in the morning, call PD, right? But policy-wise, I think we can do a better job, and particularly with code enforcement and staff in policing, particularly downtown where I live, but I think the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go after. Okay, other speakers here in the audience? Okay, seeing none, Zoom. Michael?
Hey guys, hey Mayor Napolitano, new council members and current council members. I was calling first to just on the public discussion earlier. We're hosting a fundraiser Thursday night at the Strand House for Al Kim. If you guys don't know Al Kim, there's a great article about him in the Easy Reader. He's a chef, former chef at 900 Club. He just opened that Pad Thai restaurant on Manhattan Avenue, had a brain aneurysm, and we're raising money for him at the Strand House. He was in a couple local bands, and they're all going to be playing this Thursday night at 7. So if anybody wants to come support it at the Strand House downstairs, 50% of all money raised will go to him personally for his recovery, and I greatly appreciate it. As far as outdoor dining decks go, it's been a, thank you again, council, for getting us through the hump. It was a tough couple of years. I noticed that you're looking at resurfacing the streets in April. I was just hoping maybe you could give a few more weeks for the removal. It's going to be hard for everybody to get rid of them in 10 days. I don't think it's a problem for me, but I'm just thinking of the smaller guys, so maybe you can extend that out a bit tonight, a couple weeks just to get those taken down since you're not doing the work until April. And remember, I love that Gensler plan, so I'd like you guys to keep that top of mind when we're thinking about what to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom? That's it? Jackson. Okay. Jackson.
Good evening, council. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council. My name is Jackson Zawacki, and I'm a senior at Maricosta High School, as well as one of the co-chairs for Beach City's Health District Youth Advisory Council. I'm just here to give a quick update on Beach City's All Coves Cove Fest. But before that, I wanted to thank BCHG's Youth Advisory Council and just speak for a moment on how they benefit myself as well as the community as a whole. So first of all, BCHG provides phenomenal opportunities to advocate for others, specifically regarding the youth of the beach cities. And between difficult topics such as mental health issues or substance abuse, BCHG is here to help inform the community on these problems and help push people in the right direction for solving them. And the amount I've learned over the last 3 years on the council has been immense. And BCHG has just been there these last couple of years to act as a pillar for youth advocates and anyone else who needs to improve the community, to help others, or guide peers in the right direction. So moving on from that, I want everyone to mark down this Saturday, January 21st from 1:30 to 5:30 p.m. on their calendars for Alcove's Cove Fest. For those of you who don't know, Alcove is a space for young people ages 12 to 25 to find support or even just a moment of pause. The center offers mental and physical health resources, education, employment counseling, peer and family support, and substance use prevention programs. This Saturday's grand opening festival for Alcove. It will feature tours of the new Alcove Youth Wellness Center, live bands, food, a variety of activities. I think there's over 10, and some of which will be outdoors, and just more activities for young people and their families to come and enjoy the day. So everyone, please come, stop by if you can. There's plenty of time and plenty of space for everyone, and come enjoy everything Alcove has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma?
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Emma Schleifer from Manhattan Beach, and I'm the Youth Advisory Council representative for Chadwick public school. I've just recently started with BCHD Youth Advisory, and I'm really excited to move forward with it. Recently, we have been working together at meetings to talk about different issues that students in the beach cities are facing in preparation for a future project. Speaking of future, I would like to share an important upcoming event with you, the Beach Cities Community Forum on Fentanyl. This important community forum will take place Thursday, February 9th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at Redondo Union High School Auditorium. The Beach Cities Partnership for Youth Coalition is hosting this in-person community forum that will include a screening of Dead on Arrival, a documentary film about fentanyl by filmmakers Dominic Terno and Christine Wood. The screening will be followed by a panel discussion with Dr. Mo Galbart, Director of Behavioral Health and Executive Director of the Thelma McKillen Center at Torrance Memorial Medical Center, and Hermosa Beach Police Chief Paul LeBaron. To attend this event, individuals can register online at www.bchd.org/fentanyl. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucia?
Hi, my name is Chia Larosa Ings. I'm a resident from Manhattan Beach, and I am calling in support for the city to consider a transition to a permanent ordinance to permit in-street and curbside dining and expanded sidewalk dining. Currently, the city of Los Angeles is actually considering a similar ordinance, I can provide you with the current analysis by the Bureau of Engineering from the city of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. And this was based on a survey that the city of Los Angeles did, where such permanent ordinance had overwhelming public support. And maybe you can do the same. You can check what the residents want to do. I think we should consider a new concept of city where the streets belong to the public and are a place where people meet and community is formed. And clearly there might be mitigating elements for the residents that live in downtown, as the city of Los Angeles is considering the same. So I really hope that you will consider to allow a permanent permit for in-street and curbside dining downtown Manhattan Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no further. Councilor Haworth, you had a...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to make a comment, address somebody from the public. I think it's kind of funny they said I should care because one of my supporters' cars was broken or was stolen. And I care whomever's car's stolen. If you voted for me, if you don't vote for me, I actually don't know. Okay, I'm here representing all of you. It makes me really upset that one neighborhood was hit so hard. That's a problem. I do support our police completely. They know it. I know it. So just to clarify, in case you were all worried that I was getting rid of our police department, because I have that much power, and I'm not, okay? Because I really, really, really value them all. So thank you, and I'm really sorry that anyone's experiencing this. It's very traumatic.
Okay, and I'm going to, Chief, if we can have you come down, because I would like to address some of the issues that were raised by the speaker regarding recent crime activity, and also from Mr. Burton's comments as to what is the hierarchy or the priority that we respond to calls. Is it just because someone calls in about a truck being parked on the street? If there's a higher priority call, I imagine we let the truck go. So can you speak to those?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Napolitano, members of the council. Rachel Johnson, your police chief. And certainly, while, we don't want any crimes, it's always troubling when crimes occur in our community. The crimes that were listed as home invasions, that's kind of a misnomer. They were residential burglaries where someone was present. which is a different crime classification than a regular residential burglary, but they weren't home invasions where someone was, taken hostage or anything like that. They were residential burglaries, and I know in at least one of those cases, I think the one that our speaker mentioned where there's someone in the house, we actually caught that person and arrested them that day. So we were able to be responsive to that and make arrests. With regard to the comments about quality of life issues, I obviously wasn't present for that conversation, but I know often when I've talked about my job and people ask me, well, what is the bulk of what you do? Well, we are very blessed in this community. So the bulk of what we do is not investigate violent crimes or crimes against people. A lot of the things that we do are crimes, but they are more geared toward quality of life with regard to parking issues, dogs on the beach, these things that provide us for. Everybody hates when they can't find a parking space, right? And so that's something that is very essential to our being, and we're a car culture in Southern California, so that's very meaningful to people, and we do have regulations on parking, and so my advice is to continue to call the police department because those things are important to us. They are never prioritized higher than an in-progress crime or a crime involving violence or the threat of property, but we do endeavor to get to them because they are important to us. They are important to us because our community has placed emphasis on them, and so we do want to know what is going on so that we can allocate the appropriate resources to address those things. So please continue to call us.
I would think that depending on the hour of the day, that if it's during normal working hours when we have the parking attendants, for instance, going around, or community service officers, they're the ones who are going down to the dogs on the beach or the parking issues with trucks and taking up parking spaces.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anyone else for public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Consent calendar are items 2 through, a lot of consent calendar items.
20. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
2 through 15, and these will be approved on one motion. These are routine items that are approved in one motion. And we have a motion here by Councilmember Lesser, seconded by Councilmember Franklin.
And Mayor, before we vote, I'll read the title.
Okay.
Urgency Ordinance Number 23-0003U, an urgency ordinance of the City of Manhattan Beach amending Title I, General Provisions of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code to add Chapter 1.14 regarding rehearings and declaring the urgency thereof.
Okay. And with that, again, we have a motion by Councilmember Lesser, seconded by Councilmember Franklin. We'll do a voice vote with
Mayor Napolitano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery?
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser?
Yes.
Councilmember Haworth?
Yep.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Thank you. And there were no items removed from the consent calendar, so we will proceed to public hearings. Item J, and this is agenda item number 16, an urgency ordinance extending the urgency ordinance which amended regarding, what is it, to clarify provisions for the preservation of historic resources. And this is something that was the emergency ordinance that we've had in place, but we are looking to renew it, and you have to do it within a certain amount of time. So, community development. Helen, you're going to let us know what's going on here.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me this evening. I'm Acting Community Development Director Mirza Kanyan, here to present a request to extend the existing urgency ordinance regarding our historic preservation ordinance. As a quick refresher, I'll just walk you through the timeline of how we got here today. In November of 2021, the City Council requested discussion regarding the historic preservation ordinance and specifically the provisions that relate to property owner consent. In December of 2021, following that, the City Council conducted the discussion and concluded that the verbiage in the text as written in the ordinance did not align with the intended policy direction in 2016. So upon concluding that, the City Council directed staff to amend the ordinance. Staff put that on our work plan to go ahead and move forward with the ordinance amendment. In the meantime, and as a stopgap measure, the City Council adopted an urgency ordinance to prevent any unintended consequences in January of 2022. And in March of 2022, we extended that urgency ordinance to January 17, 2023, which is today. And the state law allows for urgency ordinances to be extended one additional year. A permanent amendment to the ordinance has not yet been adopted, and for that reason, we are here today seeking a one-year extension of the urgency ordinance through January 16, 2024. If not extended, the unintended language in the ordinance would apply unless and until a local ordinance is adopted. In the current version of the ordinance, not as amended by the urgency ordinance, the regulations for a certificate of appropriateness, a 60-day waiting period for demolition, and environmental review apply to properties that are eligible historic resources, regardless of designation status. It's the nuances in the language there. An eligible historic resource is essentially anything that's older than 45 years of age, unless it's been determined that for one reason or another it's not eligible. And so a lot of properties were falling inadvertently into this category. What the urgency ordinance did is that it temporarily narrowed the applicability of the certificate of appropriateness, the 60-day waiting period, and environmental review, specifically to apply to designated historic landmarks and contributing resources to designated historic districts, which aligns with the original intent back in 2016. At the time of the adoption of the urgency ordinance, City Council found that the ordinance is exempt from CEQA, and those exemptions continue to apply today as the circumstances surrounding the exemption has not changed. With that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt urgency ordinance number 23-0001U, extending the interim ordinance, temporarily amending the provisions of the city's historic preservation ordinance, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Councilmember Holler?
Yes, thank you, Interim Director. How hard will it be to create this, the language that will, follow the intent of the council? In other words, do we think we will be able, your department will be able to get it done before January 16th?
I do believe we can.
Okay.
We are better resourced this year, and we generally understand what needs to happen. It's just a matter of changing the language, conducting the necessary study sessions, and for any code amendment as it relates to the zoning code, we're required to conduct a community workshop or a study session with the Planning Commission. So with our additional resources, we will be able to do that this year.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing then. Invite anyone from the public who wants to come down to speak to this item. Okay, seeing none. Anyone on Zoom? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. And council, is there a motion? We have a motion by Councilmember Holworth.
I'll wait till my colleague has a question or a comment.
I just have a simple comment, and that is that I will have specific questions as it relates to the underlying ordinance when it's brought back to us, but for purposes of adopting the urgency ordinance, I'm in favor of it tonight, so I will second your motion. Councilmember Holworth,
yes,
with the assumption that it's to adopt the urgency ordinance. Yes, the motion
was to adopt urgency ordinance number 23-0001-U, extending the interim zoning ordinance for a maximum of 1 year.
Okay, you guys good? All right.
So with a motion and a second, unless there's further discussion, I'll read the title.
Okay.
Urgency ordinance number 23-0001-U, an interim ordinance of the City of Manhattan Beach extending urgency ordinance number 22-002-U which amended the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code to clarify provisions for the preservation of historic resources.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll have a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, I only have a motion. I don't have a second.
Oh, Councilmember Lesser seconded.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Napolitano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery?
Yes.
Councilmember Haworth?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. That takes us to general business. Can we make it colder in here? I can still feel my fingers a little bit.
Blankets and gloves, we could get.
I didn't bring all my stuff.
All right. Item number 17, consideration of final design for Bruce's Beach Plaque Monument. Landscaping, City Manager Mo, which I know you're not going to give this presentation.
Yes, thankfully I won't be. Ali Latrani will be doing that.
All right.
I believe in you, Bruce.
I believe in you too, Bruce. Good evening, Alexandria Latrania, Policy and Management Analyst for Management Services. So the item before you tonight is the Bruce's Beach Plaque Monument Landscaping Plan. So as you know, at your last meeting on December 20th, City Council considered 3 different options and expressed interest in option number 1, and gave some. Do you think we can make that a little bigger? And gave staff some direction and notes on how to make that landscaping plan fit the needs of the community. So we went back to Enviroscape, which I just want to say thank you to Mike Garcia and Mimi Anderson for the tireless effort that they put into this plan. I think we got a great result, but the council direction was removal of the proposed decomposed granite. So City Council wanted to expand the circle, allowing for more clearance around the plaque monument, and to make way for the inclusion of bench seating. They also directed staff to remove the seat boulders. And the feedback that we heard was to create an opening on the westerly side of the circle to focus back on the ocean view, so moving aside the planters that are closest to the ocean. So Enviroscape made these changes by, of course, incorporating those low dwarf plantings in the planters that are on the westerly side, pushing them to the side, allowing the view to the ocean to be revealed in the back of the monument. They removed the decomposed granite, pushing out the circle, creating more circulation around the plaque monument. They did remove those boulder seatings and added bench seating in its stead. And it's a contemplative space where its central focus is on the view and the monument, and the circle, again, is that powerful symbol of inclusion and wholeness. So before you right here, you can see, once again, some of the materials, some examples of the materials that we'll be using. You can see this piece right here, this rock right here is the stone that the monument pedestal was chosen. The cement will be this weathered look. The side of the planters are going to be these stones. And then this is the core tin steel that City Council expressed favorability for. And then again, some examples of the native plantings that were chosen by Enviroscape. Staff had requested quotes for the corten steel and the backless benches, but we had not received them in time for the agenda posting. So I just wanted to give you an update about the cost analysis that was done. Subsequently, staff received the estimates for both the benches, which came out to be $16,000 for those nice curved benches, and that's for the material. And then the corten steel are planters are approximately $9,000. So given these changes and other items not included in the attached rough cost estimate provided by Enviroscape, such as some of the labor contingencies, 30-day landscape establishment and maintenance, staff estimates that this project will cost approximately $80,000. and therefore meeting the meeting the threshold for a formal bid. So we will be going out to bid for this. And then I wanted to show you some of the renderings. Let me just walk you through some of these photographs that were provided by Enviroscape. So you can see here, this is the walkway that was requested on the westerly side. And then these are the planters that were pushed to the side with the dwarf plantings. This area right here, although it appears to be green, it is actually concrete. So if you take a look at the hardscape plan, it does identify that as concrete. It will not be grass. And these were pushed out slightly so we could make room for this bench seating that was requested by council. And one aspect of this that I thought was a nice addition was this space right here and right here makes a nice location for a wheelchair to sit next to a companion if they were visiting the Plaque. So it does offer a little bit of room there, which I thought was a great addition. And then speaking to some of the scale of what we're looking at, so from the stairs to the sidewalk is 29 feet, and then from planter to planter is 28.3 feet, and then the diameter of the circle is 17 feet. So it kind of gives you an idea of a little bit of the scale that was requested at the last meeting. And then just to note, these are 4-foot wide openings right here. So it offers quite a bit of room for visitors as they approach the Plaque. So the result of the changes of the City Council direction has produced a serene, beautiful space for the park, conveying the importance of the subject matter of the Plaque. So once again, I just want to thank Enviroscape for the changes, as well as the Public Works staff who helped us on this project. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
So question, what are the stones like in the pathway to the west? Are they flagstone? What's being proposed there?
Yeah, flagstone.
Flagstone?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Councilmember Lesser.
There were some public comments that I think are really actually good. They proposed some good questions. Specifically, there was a concern about the use of the benches by skateboarders. I'm just wondering how that could be deterred, particularly if they're on concrete and the circle of what appears to be grass in the rendering is in fact concrete.
Right. So one of the options for you here tonight, so staff did like the design of the curved benches right there. But another option that we avoided was a straight bench because of that very reason, because of the skateboarders. I'm not a professional skateboarder. I don't know which is easy. I would imagine the straight one is probably easier to ride on. And so we had chosen the curved benches for that reason, but it does come at a considerably higher cost.
Perhaps there might be some inhibitors for skateboarders. I just don't know, but that might be something worth exploring.
Yes, I did see some examples from our vendor that had a kind of a half back on here. And if we're making a custom bench, we can explore other options as well.
Another question had to do with watering of the native plants, particularly because, according to this resident, watering stops during the summer months. So what is the irrigation plan for the native plants?
This would be a drip irrigation, so it wouldn't be, I don't believe, on the same system as how the grass is watered, but I can leave it to Public Works staff to address further if they have more comments on that.
And then finally, if there was interest in having the grass relief for the monument, I'm not sure if there is that something that could be incorporated, or that would add cost, obviously, where there currently is concrete, which is shown on the rendering as grass?
Oh, this part right here?
Correct.
Right, so with that, we're concerned with approachability for ADA compliance. And so, that could not be grass. We would want that to be a harder surface so that there could be approachability.
Okay. And finally, there's a dedication ceremony for the plaque that's coming up, correct?
There is not a planned dedication ceremony until this plan is completed. And since we do have to go to formal bid, that could take, a few months. And then depending on availability of contractors, we don't have a set schedule quite yet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Haworth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the budget for this would come out of cultural arts, is that, or no?
No, so the plaque monument itself, so the pedestal and the bronze, was paid for through the Public Arts Trust Fund.
Okay.
The rest of it doesn't qualify under that ordinance, so it would come out of the general fund.
And the tops of those curved benches, at first I thought they were, that design, I thought they were slats, and then that would serve to deter skateboarders, perhaps. But again, I'm not a professional skateboarder. I know that's shocking. But what is that in the rendering then? Is that just a shadow?
Those are ridges, so it's a design mostly. It's not really slats, but just a ridge.
But that could also help to, deter, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll call Tony Hawk and ask.
Okay, other questions?
Yes.
Councilor Franklin?
Al, as you know, we're on the Art and Public Places, Bruce's Beach Artwork Committee. And it appears as though that from our discussions that the artwork would have to be in the same general area, at least on that tier. If you can think about the Bruce's Beach goes down in tiers, it would have to be up in that upper tier for many of the same reasons, right? For ADA and accessibility. My question is, how do we see that all sort of fitting together? You're having, by your dimensions here, it's approximately 800 and some odd square feet. That this is going to be taking care, that this is going to be occupying, we don't know yet on the artwork, and there's a significantly larger budget for that. So can you just sort of give me an idea what that upper tier might look like?
Right. So you are correct that that top tier is what we're asking for in the draft RFP that is currently being considered. It was approved by the APPC, as you know, but it's being considered by the Cultural Affairs or Cultural Arts Committee. And so it's going to be on the top flap just because for ADA reasons it's very difficult given the topography of the park and adding in, we'd basically have to resurface almost the entire park to make way for an ADA ramp or accessibility, which would eat up into our $350,000 budget for that project. So it's likely to be on either the south or the north side of this top flat of Bruce's Beach Park. One thing that Enviroscapes did do for us with that in mind was to have these cutouts right here on either side, depending on which side is chosen for the placement of the artwork. That way, if City Council decides, we could add a pathway from the plaque to the artwork so that if someone was visiting, they could enjoy both aspects. In addition, this plan will be included in that RFP, so we already kind of plugged in a spot for that. So an artist who's coming in or is chosen to complete that artwork will have access to the renderings, if not photos, if it's completed by the time it goes out. So yes, it is a significantly larger budget, but as you know, the artwork any public art, and Aileen can probably attest to this, but any public art project, does eat up budget because you have to pay the artists and there's other considerations that aren't included in a project like this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Haworth?
Yeah, another question as I'm looking more closely at the plan. You might have mentioned this the last time. There's that bench that already exists. That has to remain. Is that correct? Or because it feels like it kind of, now that we have bench seating here, you know, we're not taking away, if we got rid of that bench, we wouldn't be taking away from seating that's already there, but because of what we're adding to that. So what I'd like to ask my colleagues what you would think about maybe removing that bench now, because it looks sort of like it.
Let's get into that in council
In
discussion.
discussion, right.
Want to take public
question.
input.
Okay, it doesn't have to remain. That was my question.
It does not have to remain, but I think there would probably need to be more analysis on removing that bench.
Okay.
Just because it is built on a sand dune. So if we start removing things, we would want to make sure we do our due diligence on that front before
Fair enough.
we
Thank
remove
you.
something that's been there for a long time.
Okay, other questions? MPT, I haven't forgotten you. All right, no questions from Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We'll open up to public comment then. Anyone from the public want to come down and speak to this item? Okay, seeing none. Anyone on Zoom? Okay, no on Zoom. All right, back to council then. Council. Waiting for a button. Councilmember Haworth.
So the bench. I would like to say that I do like this design better. I like the other design as well, but I thought all the comments before were well put. I do think it's powerful to look at the monument and be able to look out at the ocean, the beachfront that the Bruces once owned. I appreciate the pathways on either side because you're, providing for future or for the art. And, if I understand the point about removing something and how does it destabilize, the area, but it would be something that I'd want to consider just aesthetically, but it's
Removing the bench isn't going to destabilize the area.
I just bring up all possibilities, want to be fair, but I do like this design better. I was concerned when I first saw it because of the green. I thought it was grass, and I had the ADA question, even though I like grass, but you've taken care of that, so
okay.
I think it's a good plan.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's good because my comments earlier were that I just thought it could be simpler, so that it doesn't distract from the message of the plaque. We worked very hard, in the prior council with the wording, with its design, its placement, because there was discussion whether up on the park and also down below on the Strand. So it is good. It's simpler. Mayor, you'd said don't interfere with the view, and the view is to the west. So I'm a little concerned about still there's going to be planters to the west. It's also a thing of maintenance. We saw now COVID was hopefully a unique event, but we had issues with planters. In fact, downtown business spent tens of thousands of dollars refurbishing, the planters and everything. So that just requires maintenance. I personally think that they're in the way. That when you come up, it doesn't do anything for the message. The message of what's on the plaque, which is very powerful. Our history is very powerful there. So I would like to see that removed completely from the west, so that when you come up, all you're seeing is the plaque and the ocean. Remember, it was the ocean that attracted, the Bruce family and all their guests to come to Manhattan Beach. So I really don't see how that's adding to the message. The ones on the east side, on the east side of the plaque, they're fine. That's adding some texture to the park. We talked about, we want the native species and things like that. The other reason to remove the planters to the west is please, anybody, just Google Bruce's Beach photos. And you'll come up, there's actually a Google site, that sort of rates the park and people can make comments. And I spent time going through there. Many, many, many of the photos showed people standing side by, to the side of the plaque, going off to the side. Some were, just a couple of people, one person, but there were a lot of families. And I just think with, that the planters will get in the way if they want to stand behind the plaque and have their pictures taken from east looking west, again at the ocean. So again, to me, it doesn't add much to to the messaging of the plaque, which is what this is, the most important aspect of this. But in just looking at those, there's hundreds of photographs there, also of families on the grass, putting out a blanket, spending time there, with a great sense of community. And that's why also I'd like to see that area kind of left as grass behind the plaque. We have to have infrastructure, for ADA compliance, I understand that, and even behind it. But you're taking with those planters to the west, you're taking away valuable park space of people using it as a park, using there to have, lunch with their family, enjoying what, generations ago, what they enjoyed, what drew the Bruce's guests and their vision of the resort. So I don't want anything to get in the way, and I think that the planter box to the west does that. My other big concern is being on the Art and Public Places Committee, as a council rep, is that now we're going to have another piece of art there. And what is that going to look like? How is that going to integrate, with this? Either, it definitely has to be on one side or the other. I would really like to see we sort of put this on pause and work with those two concepts together so that we're not, building one thing and then say, hey, it would really look better if that artwork was near the plaque, okay? And then we don't have enough room, around the plaque. So it's a lot of stuff going on in a very relatively small area. So I would just like to get as much impact as possible and consider that. So I offer that up for consideration. Thank you.
Councilor Lesser.
Maybe I'll ask staff again, if I could, the height of the planters.
Yeah, those planters are going to be 10 inches high, so they're relatively low to the ground. And then once again, all of the native plants would be dwarf plantings, so nothing really high. And what's not shown in this rendering, because I'm not sure that it was totally possible to show in the rendering, is that there is a tree that's on, I believe it's the second level, that does sort of block that middle view of the ocean right there. So, we gave direction, and we told the council when we came up with the actual monument itself, is that it wouldn't be blocking any views right there. So this monument is actually much lower than the previous monument and is lower than that tree line that's there right now.
Okay, thank you. I'm quite respectful of what Councilmember Franklin's comments are, having lived 3 blocks from this park. It's open space. I mean, it's not so large, and maybe people are actively using this park as it is, and also the idea of not interfering with the view to the west and understanding how this might relate to the Public Works art proposal as it's evolving. On the other hand, I must say I'm really taken with the circle and the power of what this could be, because so many of us are trying to, this is a place which is an opportunity for people to reflect on the past of Manhattan Beach and what happened at that lot. And that's the point of this project. So I'm receptive to hear what the mayor has to say, but I just simply wanted to acknowledge that I think Councilmember Franklin made some good points.
And I want to go to Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery first, who has his hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think less than a year ago, we were here looking at the exact same project, except the design wasn't what it was. We allocated $20,000 back then So I'm not surprised it zoomed to 80,000 once we know all the costs are included and everybody's fees are in it. But now the final last piece we're looking for to solve. And with David, it just said the right thing. I think the overall design is where I want it. I don't want to see any benches taken away. If you take away some of the flower bed, look at the Bruce lot down the hill at the bottom of the ocean to the west, fine. I'm neutral on that one. But everything else, we've come this far. The final piece is here. You need to all say yes, don't keep tweaking it. Because we're never going to get it done. We all find something wrong with every single design and try to tweak it. We're there. So we're taking this on to get here. We started in 20. We're in 23 now. So we're in the right spot, right time, right place. Time to move on.
Okay. For myself, I tend to agree with Councilmember Franklin, slightly different though, in the sense that I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery and Councilmember Lesser in the sense that, you know, especially Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery in the sense that, you know, this has been since 2020. It's overdue. I don't want to spend more time not having that plaque up there. For that reason, for me though, I agree with Councilmember Franklin on the planters to the west, but in total, what I would like to see right now that we can get done is the plaque, and this is kind of confusing because it's colored green, but the green circle and the walkway to the east side, I would like to have that put in now. The rest of it I would not do because I think that we need to get, because it's a significantly higher budget, and oftentimes a plaque or the plaque area is incorporated into an art piece. I would like to give whatever artists we choose to have free reign for that site to incorporate, because sometimes in the concrete that would be laid down ahead of time can be engraved if they want to engrave it. It happens a lot with monuments or remembrance sites, contemplative sites, where people can come in, they add to it, or they add benches with photographs on it. I've worked on lots of those projects at the county. So I would like to give the artists a chance to envision and work on the area surrounding the plaque after though we put the plaque in and we put that circle of cement in so people can gather, reflect there now, because it's still going to take quite a bit of time to get an art piece there. The artist hasn't even been chosen yet. Once the artist is chosen, they're going to look at the site, they're going to see what they can do. But having that cement circle, we're going to have a cement circle no matter what, because we need access to it. And so I would put in the circle, the walkway to the east, so there's access to that. I don't want the time spent, I don't want to take away from the time spent by Enviroscape and Ron. You did a great job. You did what we asked, but it's just sitting back and looking at it now, knowing where we're going to do the artwork, what it could be. I don't want to give short shrift and just have an art piece thrown to the side on either side. If the artist wants to incorporate that, I want to give them the chance to do that. And so for that reason, I would, again, move this forward, put the plaque there with the standard that it's on, create that cement circle, let's dedicate that, and then Councilmember Franklin and the APPC can continue on with the artists, and they will be able to have a total global vision as to what could go there. That would be my recommendation. Councilmember Holworth.
Comment and a couple questions. Yeah, I think that's really smart, because what I hear you saying, and I think this goes along to what Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery intended, is that the intention is to get this plaque and this recognition up, and
yes,
to not, right? And so to that end, I want to ask staff, I think, one or two things. So, Ally, if you could, does that work with what the mayor's discussing? Is that, you know, let's do the circular pad and the base with the stone. I love that stone that you showed. That would be the, you know, the base of the plaque and the plaque. Would that enable us to get that going?
Yesterday.
Okay, right.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the plaque itself, the bronze and the pedestal are already in the Public Works yard waiting to be installed. We would just need a 2-week lead time to get that installed and attached. The concrete, though, typically would take, I believe, 4 weeks, and just depending on availability of the concrete. But that certainly cuts down the timeline significantly. We would have to, kind of get back to you on exactly what the lead time would be for the concrete. And just for clarification, you're eliminating the flower beds, the benches, the flagstone as well?
Yes.
And the carapia?
Just the cement circle, the plaque, and then we can go from there. We can always come back and put stuff in afterward, but once that's in, again, that's going to limit the artist and others.
Well, and I think, again, so comment, question, I also want to, might be wise to include Mike Garcia, if he's interested in spending more time with us, in part of that process, right? When you're discussing the art in a public place, like he knows the site. I mean, that's
I defer to Councilmember
of course,
Franklin,
up to the
ATPC.
committee, but he's done, I don't think anyone here is saying I'm not saying I don't like this plan. I said I like this plan, but everything they're saying makes sense, and I really want to get that plaque up. This way we'll also get a trial period saying what it's like, sort of flat without the other stuff around it, and then we can always add it. So I'm totally in favor of what you're suggesting.
Okay, Councilmember Lesser?
I'm in support of your proposal, Mr. Mayor. The only one question, which is a little bit in the weeds, but I think for direction purposes might be helpful. How wide of a perimeter of concrete are you thinking?
Well, whatever that is. I'm assuming that was made with a perimeter in mind, right? Enough access for
ADA purposes.
ADA and all this.
What would that width be?
It's 17 feet in diameter.
Okay.
So,
Is that
and
too
it, I believe it's 6 feet from the sidewalk.
Fine.
Is that right, Mimi? Yeah, I believe it's 6 feet from the sidewalk to the monument itself.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Franklin?
So just for clarification, is it the, what is now green?
Yes.
That circle?
Yes.
That would be all concrete. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
And to your comment, absolutely. I mean, we'll consider, Enviroscape as a resource.
Great.
Okay, that would be my motion then, whatever I said.
I'll second it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, anything else?
No, I'm good, Your Honor.
Okay. Ally?
I do have a question about timing. I just wanted to touch base
Yesterday.
on that to see what the expectations are, so as quickly as possible.
Yesterday.
Depending on, okay, got it. Thank you.
Yay.
Yay.
So to that end, is it something the Public Works can do? I think we were kind of looking at that before.
Not if we're looking at a treated surface, right? Some sort of,
They can do the
Well, and I
base.
think that the circular concrete was posing a little bit of a problem for us, and Public Works Director is nodding.
All right.
it's a problem?
The circular concrete base, we'll have to contract out for that. Normally, we would do concrete work with our own crews, but we're going to need to contract out.
But we have some people we can go to, right?
Oh, yeah, we know, we have.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Okay.
A crib spreader.
All right, so there's a motion and a second by Councilmember Franklin. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Haworth,
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin,
Yes.
Mayor Napolitano.
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you, colleagues.
No, good idea. Good
All right. Number 18. Nobody here for this one. Discussion of options for temporary encroachment permits for street dining and business uses and outdoor facilities permits for outdoor uses on private property after expiration of COVID-19 emergency orders. Private property? All right. Looking at it, we got 7:30. Anyone want to take a break first?
Just take a quick one.
Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break because we know this is going to be probably the longest one of the night.
Sorry.
All right. We're back on, folks. If you got any conversations, go ahead and take them outside. We're going to get back going here, and we've got our interim director. What's going on?
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Before I introduce the city's traffic engineer, Eric Zandvliet, to present this item, I quickly just wanted to remind this group as to why we're here reconsidering this item this evening. In December of 2021, the City Council extended the dining decks through the state of emergency. In April of 2022, the City Council discussed the item once again as it related to occupancy limits and directed staff to lift all occupancy restrictions. In doing so, the council asked to revisit the item in September post the Labor Day holiday. So in September, when the council reconvened, at that time, the state of emergency date of lapsing was still unknown, and the direction was to come back in January to ultimately decide once again the status of the dining decks, and that's what brings us here this evening. With that, I will turn it to Eric Zandvliet for the presentation. We will both be available subsequent to that for questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, you still there?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay, just checking. All right. Eric.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Eric Zandvliet, the City Traffic Engineer. And I wanted to give you a very, very quick summary of what has transpired with regard to our outdoor dining and business use program. So in March of 2020, COVID hit, and the state of emergency was declared. The restaurants were closed for a time period and then were reopened in May or June of that year. The city was proactive in putting together a temporary outdoor dining and business use permit program through emergency orders. And since June of 2020, we adopted and adjusted our program depending on what the conditions were to take advantage of it, including occupancy limits, adjusting seating areas, adjusting encroachment areas depending on what the priorities were. We even closed down Manhattan Avenue for 2 weeks to try that out. Different modifications. In October of 2021, the City Council approved a work plan item for a long-term outdoor dining and business use program. In July of 2021, the task force was, the City Council asked that a task force be formed, and that is being formed at this time. There are a couple of current regulations that are affecting outdoor dining at this time. One is that the state of emergency in California is scheduled to end on February 28th of this year. The city's emergency orders at that time will no longer be valid for outdoor dining. And at that time, our encroachment permits say that all street encroachments shall be removed, stop operating as of February 28th, and removed within 10 days after that. State Assembly Bill 61 also applies to outdoor dining at this time. It applies to private parking requirements for expanded use, and it waives the requirements that would otherwise be required by local agencies to have additional parking for the expanded use. It also expands the area allowed for alcohol licenses until February 28th of 2024. The parking waiver, if you will, is effective until January 1st of 2024. So it allows for that overlap time. Currently, we have 26 establishments that are taking advantage of the COVID program for outdoor dining. Those 26 establishments occupy about 10,700 square feet of public right-of-way space and also occupy 57 public parking spaces. Not part of the COVID-19 program is sidewalk dining. Sidewalk dining, we have about 16 businesses taking advantage of that. And we do charge a $3 per square foot per month fee for that, and it's an annual permit. Also, we have outdoor facility permits. Outdoor facility permits are those permits on private property in parking areas or extra areas on private property to allow for outdoor display of merchandise or outdoor dining. And so moving forward beyond the state of emergency, we have a couple of programs that allow for outdoor dining of some kind. And let me explain those. And so the first is our encroachment permit for public right-of-way spaces. When a business applies for a temporary encroachment permit, we require an agreement between the city and the business, also liability insurance for the use of that space. The city council has to approve any commercial use of our public right-of-way space. There is a fee in our fee resolution of $3 per square foot per month for the use of that space. And any of the uses in the public right-of-way have to also meet our building codes. Say, for instance, if you have seating, you have to abide by the building code requirements for slopes and access and areas for that. AB 61 will apply to, or does apply to, any temporary encroachment permits on public properties with regard to the alcohol service area. But it does not apply to relief of public parking spaces used for encroachment permits. There's also potential for maybe a little bit larger area for the encroachment beyond sidewalk dining, but we still have to keep open public access ways on our sidewalk, whether it's 4 or 5 feet or something like that. There are some consequences or some cons with regard to that. As I mentioned, any public parking spaces that would be used for this encroachment permit would have to be replaced in some way, shape, or form, whether it's a public parking, a parking agreement with another property, private property, or a remote parking area that's used to replace that parking and used in a public manner for free. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. So if there's one public parking space that's used for outdoor dining, say, one has to be replaced somehow. Also, a coastal development permit would be required for the use, expanded use of that encroachment. There are use permits for that business that may be applicable also to that encroachment area, whether it's occupancy, dining occupancy, or service, or something like that. Another type of permit that would be available to businesses is the outdoor facilities permit. The outdoor facility permit applies to use of private space that's not part of the building, it's outdoors. It may be part of the parking lot, or it may be part of an open space area. We can approve an outdoor facility permit with that. All the standard zoning regulations apply. The AB 61 alcohol service would apply to that area. And also the AB 61 waiver of private parking requirements would apply to that area on private property. If you're having outdoor displays, it is limited to 50% of your frontage area. If you have a use permit, and all restaurants have use permits, it will limit the dining area for the combined indoor and outdoor space. And in the downtown area, most of the land area is already occupied by buildings, and so it really wouldn't, the businesses in the downtown area in the north end might not be eligible because there's just no area for them to use. Lastly, we have sidewalk dining permits. And this is, again, outside of the COVID-19 program. It's an existing program. Restaurants could take advantage of that. There's an agreement that's required, and liability insurance. The commercial use fee applies as well. This is only areas on the sidewalk areas. This is only dining on the sidewalk areas. You have to meet the building code too. So it would not apply to areas that are on a very sloped street because you cannot sit on a very sloped street that way. Alcohol service from AB 61 would apply. Additional parking is not required because sidewalk dining does not allow you to expand your use. You have to use the indoor seating outdoors. The hours for sidewalk dining is limited to 10 p.m. in the evening as well. So let's go on to what alternatives might be available to us, again, moving forward. Alternative one is take no action. And so the City Council's direction at this point already has been to end outdoor dining, the outdoor dining program on February 28th in concurrence with the end of the state of emergency. 10 days after that, according to our encroachment permits with all the restaurants, that they would have to have all of their improvements removed from the public right-of-way. At that point, staff would continue with the long-term outdoor dining permit effort, as well as individual restaurants could apply for an outdoor facility permit or a sidewalk dining permit. Alternative two would be where the city would pursue a overall coastal development permit for outdoor dining, define an area, and create a process for issuing permits within the right-of-way. Again, as I mentioned before, any public parking would have to be replaced in kind somehow. There would be also a coastal development permit process, and so there may be delays because of that approval process, or an appeal, or that the commission wants to raise the issue and have it heard in front of a public hearing. This effort would take considerable staff time, and so it would take away from the time that we would be working on for the long-term work plan effort. Then alternative three would be to allow the businesses to apply for their own individual encroachment permit in the public right-of-way. It may require a coastal development permit if they expand their use, or if they take away public parking or public access in some way. It does require the replacement of any lost parking spaces. It does require City Council approval for that as well on an individual basis. At the same time, a business could apply for an outdoor facility permit or a sidewalk dining permit according to our normal municipal code rules. And we would still continue as staff on the work plan effort. And so here's the summary of the three alternatives. We can discuss them, take no action, create a collective coastal development permit and temporary encroachment permit process, or to allow individual businesses to apply for permits. I will make note that in alternatives 2 and 3, the existing dining decks that are in the public right-of-way would still need to be removed. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, questions? Councilor Haworth?
Thank you. In several of the considerations, you talk about alcohol per AB 61 would be allowed, but that expires in February of 2024?
Correct.
So if we were to go that route, they would have it until that law expired?
That's right.
Okay. If we were to decide, well, any of these considerations or alternatives all include us continuing with a task, like having this task force, correct?
That's also correct.
But there wouldn't be, in some of these alternatives or considerations, there's not a pause for people to try to get encroachment permits or private, right-of-way permits. While we study it, they could just they could apply. What I see is a difference between if you're applying for private or public spaces. So if we're doing a task force and you're a restaurant and you're trying to get an encroachment onto the public right-of-way, you have to wait till we're done. But if you have access to private property and you're looking for an encroachment, you could pursue it even while we were doing, is that a correct understanding?
That's a correct understanding, yes.
So there's a little bit of an unfair advantage if you have access to private property.
And they've always had that ability.
Right, and right, that's nothing new, but I'm just trying to understand it. Let's say I'm a restaurant and I want to have, an outdoor dining deck in the future. Would we also, I think you said, but I'm not sure, would they have to go through a CUP process additionally to all this because their occupancy levels would need to be upgraded?
Let me have our
Thank you.
I'm
so glad we have
planning expert.
Yes. So right now, the occupancy of my restaurant is 50 people, and that doesn't sound very big. And all of a sudden, I can go to 100. Wouldn't I also have to get, in addition, I have the seating ability now, but wouldn't I have to get approval to raise my occupancy level?
That is correct. We have a provision in Title VII of the Municipal Code, which is the encroachment permit section of the Municipal Code, which states that regardless of what you're getting this encroachment permit for, you still have to abide by all of the regulations pursuant to any other permit or entitlement that's issued under this municipal code. That would include a use permit. And use permits typically do include seating occupancy limitations, hours of operation, et cetera. And so what that would mean is if a business independently pursued an encroachment permit, they would still continue to be subject to their use permit regulations unless those regulations were amended as well.
Okay. I have just one more question, I think. So we talked, so I'm so glad to hear that, the task force or working group is going to be starting. Two questions with that, though. Do the decisions we make tonight, I guess the decisions we make tonight could direct them, right? I mean, it's going to give them direction, so there'll still be lots of things for them to figure out, or it almost feels like there's a lot of things that have not been vetted or pulled out because we haven't convened this task force. So that's one question. But the other thing is, how are we forming the task force? Is it a public process? Is it are we taking applications and that'll be public?
That's a good question. The plan is to launch the webpage for the Outdoor Dining Task Force the first week of February, and following that, the second week, we would release the applications. The applications would go live, and we would be taking applications until the 28th for the at-large members. After that point, city staff we will review the applications and prepare them for the council's consideration on April 4th.
Great. That's really helpful to me. Okay. I just didn't understand that. So I think that was very helpful. Thank you.
Good. Councilor Franklin.
Yes, thank you. And so thank you for that in-depth presentation. No, but really good information, seriously. So do we realistically have anywhere remote to place, to replace lost parking, potential lost public parking in the city? I just can't imagine what that is.
Right. Staff is thinking of a couple different options. One would be a shuttle to a remote parking lot outside of the coastal area zone that has excess parking. Another option would be unused extra parking on private property. That could be a shared parking agreement. There isn't too much available in the downtown area. In the north end, there might be an area behind the verandas that has parking from Chevron as an option, say, for instance.
I know.
That's Thursday night.
That's Thursday night, okay. It's a separate property. And so there's also time of day type of options where you might be able to have a shared parking agreement with a business that closes at a certain time. And that area is, those parking spaces are made available to the restaurants.
Is that also, is the definition and use and parameters around the remote parking reviewable by the Coastal Commission, or do they have to
Sure.
endorse that?
That is a very good question, Councilmember Franklin. As a part of the long-term process, one of the things we would have to look at in order to get the Coastal Commission's blessing on any change to our local coastal program that would allow for us to have this long-term dining program, we would be required to demonstrate where we are capturing the spaces, the publicly accessible spaces that we are losing from this program. And so as a part of that long-term effort, we do already have to venture out into, well, how can we find replacement parking? Which private properties can we enter into shared parking agreements with? Or some sort of a shuttle service. We do have to explore those things in order to get the blessing of the Coastal Commission at the end of the day.
Okay.
Can I tag on to that real quick? Because as far as the Coastal Commission goes, right, we're already preparing to go before them for a change in our local coastal program regarding short-term rental prohibition. We're supposed to be. I mean, typically they tie everything together. Do they not? Because last time we applied for an amendment to our local coastal plan, they came back with 26, 27 other conditions that we said no way to, which was included short-term rentals. And so, I mean, they can tag on whatever they want to our request for a change to our local coastal program, right?
We typically wouldn't present both of those things simultaneously unless they happen to be moving forward on the same exact track. But what they request of us in order to approve a project, that would be up to them to decide. And typically they try to stay in their lane and ask for things that are related to that, but it's not unheard of.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine, that's an important question. So also, let's, Interim Director, before when we talked about the task force for downtown dining, we had tried to get that started 18 months ago, and it was for want of a senior planner, and then it was, well, then when we do get one, that person has to get started and has to learn, I mean, assume we go with the schedule that you talked about, February, we got the people. Do you anticipate any delay that we can jump right into this, so that we can jump right into it and get started?
The plan is as soon as the task force is created, we will decide the date and time and location of the meetings and jump right into the effort.
Okay, so that requirement of because we do now have a new senior planner.
That is correct. She's with us in the audience.
Wonderful,
Jae-hee Yoon.
welcome, and thank you.
Are you scared away yet?
Okay, so that previous idea of having to wait until that person became familiar with the cities and the codes and everything has gone away. Okay, great. Have you done a survey of available sidewalk dining? I'm just going through in my mind, there were some that already had sidewalk dining, and then they added a deck. I'm just trying to think what's available now that's not being used.
Thank you. And that's also a good question. It's a hard question to answer, though. Sidewalk dining generally is very limited. It may be only 4 or 6 or 8 seats, not as large as a dining deck, of course. And so it would generally be limited to the frontage of the restaurant itself. Mm-hmm. And we make sure that there's 5 feet of access way that's still open to the public. And so they're generally 2-seat tables and things like that. It's case by case basis in essence of what's out there, what's available, what area is actually available on the sidewalk, because some of it's used up by other things.
And please forgive me, does that also require the offset? No, it doesn't require the offset in the public space parking, because that parking is going to be still there.
Correct.
Okay. Answered my own question.
Yes.
So that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Lesser.
I'll jump in just to really reiterate some points we heard, and that is with regard to the interim situation after March 10th, 10 days after February 28th, the existing temporary dining decks must be removed under state law. We have no choice. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we've confirmed with the Coastal Commission that we don't have any temporary stopgap measures available to us at this time, and they've repeated that we would need to get a coastal development permit in order to keep those decks.
And a critical element, particularly of this AB 61, based on an email exchange that we've had, and thank you for engaging as you did, is parking, substitute replacement parking that is not currently public. But the applicant, whether it's under this option two, where the city would pursue it, or option 3, the individual businesses, is there need to be a presentation to the Coastal Commission or to city staff, because we have the local coastal permit, with regard to the viability of the alternate parking. I'm trying to understand how that would work, because typically I've noticed that it's the applicant that would have the burden of establishing that this is viable parking if it's some distance away. Go ahead.
That is a very good question. The requirement to demonstrate that you have sufficient parking is a part of the coastal development permit evaluation. So any standard coastal development permit, such as a single-family residence coastal development permit, as a part of our review process, we evaluate to ensure that they are meeting all the code requirements, parking being one of them. And so it's a part of that coastal development permit process. Where the Coastal Commission comes into play for this particular situation is that many of our dining decks are in what's called the appealable zone. Any coastal development permit that's within the city's appealable zone, even though we're permitting it, we're the permitting agency under our local coastal program, those can be appealed by the public to the Coastal Commission, and they may also be called for review by the Coastal Commission. And so in this situation, those permits would not be final if appealed or called for review by the Coastal Commission until that appeals process completed. And what we're hearing from the Coastal Commission is that they're so backlogged right now that typically it takes them about a year to schedule a hearing for an item.
Why don't I stop here? I want to hear public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll open it up for public comment. Speakers have 2 minutes per person for this item under general business. Come on down, be heard.
Good evening, Martha Andriani, lifelong resident of the downtown. Happy New Year and congratulations to council members Lesser and Howarth, and our newest, or kind of like renewest in a way, welcome back. I ask that you take action this evening to have the dining decks removed as per the state order and lifting the COVID restrictions. The downtown residents group and a lot of people were supportive of the dining decks being brought in. They were important to the continued vitality of downtown. But now, and actually for some time now, the indoor dining restrictions have been lifted. Restaurants are exceeding occupancy limits. They've increased their sales, and they have resisted giving other businesses, residents, and visitors their parking back. The proliferation and continuation of the dining decks has narrowed our streets, dirtied our streets, cluttered our sidewalks, increased trash and noise. Please know that all of us that oppose the dining decks do not oppose outdoor dining. And sometimes I feel this tension between the restaurants and the residents or those that oppose the decks. We don't oppose outdoor dining, but we oppose it like this. So we need a new plan to come up with. And I felt like it was kind of disingenuous of when the Arthur J. expanding. I'm getting close to stop the outdoor dining. Thank you very much.
Got it.
Thank you.
You didn't have to have the buzzer. All right. Who's next? Come on down.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you very much for the opportunity. General Manager, my name is Steve. I'm with Hennessy's Taverns. And I just wanted to add that first and foremost is the outdoor dining. I'm not going to get into the financial implications and what it's done for us, which has been tremendous. Yes, it's been great that we've had it there. Health-wise, COVID isn't going away. And this gives opportunity for persons who are unable to go ahead and dine inside and maybe are afraid, gives them opportunity to dine with us still. Also, if you look in other areas, you get people from back east that are coming in. They want a beautiful sit down of looking at the ocean and watch the sunset. I can get to that aspect too. I'm just hoping that you'll give us opportunity because the way I'm looking at it is I see it as a win-win for everyone. We keep our area clean. It's something I look at daily, and I'm just hoping that it's something that we can look into. So thank you for my voice to be heard with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, don't make me start calling people out, Jim Burton.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. And first, I want to state you're 100% right. You brought up some good points about what we need to do, and one of the things we do need to do is come up with a plan. It's not that easy. We've been talking about this for quite a while. But what I'm here to focus on tonight is explain the restaurateur's part of where we are today. It isn't what it was when we signed a lease here to open Slay Steak 5 years ago, or Slay Italian. COVID changed a lot of things. When was the last time you've been to the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion? When was the last time you've been to a movie at 9 o'clock and came out and wanted to go to dinner? That has changed. Happy hour has changed. Lunch business has changed. The Rosecrans corridor has changed drastically at lunchtime. Those people aren't coming down to Manhattan Beach to dine. We have a very limited time to do our business right now. There's never been a bigger time to sit at a restaurant and eat at 5 o'clock, which used to be unheard of. 5 o'clock is now prime time, so we've eliminated happy hour because of that prime time. The other thing, the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock seating after the theater or going to a movie at 7 o'clock, coming out and going to dinner at night. Most restaurants are shut down at 9 o'clock now. We used to be open until 10:30 during the week, 11:30 on the weekends. And that just isn't there anymore. There's not enough activity coming from the theaters, coming from people out shopping at night. It's a whole different environment today. COVID changed that. I just came from a trip from out of town, and it is brutal. You could walk into any restaurant and get a table, and people are saying because of the COVID scare again. I hope we don't overreact too soon. I do hope it's the end of it. Unfortunately, from what I just saw, I don't think it is, but it's affecting a lot of businesses. I know our neighbors have been gracious. You guys have all been gracious the way you took the bull by the horns, and we're all very grateful, and thank you very much.
If I get called out by the mayor, I better show up. Jim Burton, just real quick regarding with the staff report. One, thank you very much. Where's Eric and our new acting interim director? One, fiscal implications, the $50,000 that we're losing a month. Remember, our parking rates went up. And so in reality, I'm hoping that when this is over, our parking rates are going to come back down for those of us who often pay the meter rates. In terms of encroachment permits, I want to focus specifically on the encroachment permits that are in the street. And I know there's a lot of talk. We mentioned Code Section 73-140, 736-170, 736-065. What about 736-150? 736-150 says in encroachment standards, vehicle streets, pavement, etc., decks or similar structures are prohibited in the street. There's a lot of discussion about permits and things, but we're missing the point that based on our municipal code right now, decks aren't supposed to be in the street, regardless of whether we have an emergency order or not. And if we're changing the aesthetics of the street, it's a project under CEQA. If you're physically changing the environment, it's a project under CEQA. If it's a project under CEQA, it needs to be evaluated. Like Martha said, I'm not against outdoor dining at all, and I think David brings up some very good points. I think we need a plan. The issue for those of us that live downtown is that none of this is being evaluated under CEQA. None of this is being evaluated for traffic. We restriped the traffic lanes. We narrowed the streets. We removed bike lanes. We removed aspects of our mobility plan: traffic, parking, noise, trash, cleanliness. We're being asked for all of this stuff for outdoor dining in the public streets. I think we have great opportunities at Shade, Metlocks. We have outdoor dining right now. Can we increase it? Yes, I think COVID showed us that. But let's get a plan. Let's figure out what it is. Right now, walking through each of the individual issues that are not being evaluated, that are affecting us on a daily basis, have impacts. And those impacts, I wouldn't send all those pictures. I'm so sorry to make you print all that. I wouldn't have sent all those pictures with trucks if it wasn't at 4 o'clock this morning. Beep, beep, beep. There's an 18-wheel truck driving down unloading. Why is it 18 wheels? Why is it a big rig? Because of the increased demand. I just think we need a plan on how to mitigate what the impacts are. CEQA doesn't say you can't do it. It just says we need to understand what the impacts are and have it mitigated. I'll yield my time if I have any left.
You don't.
Thank you.
The buzzer didn't go on. Okay.
Good evening, Council. Ron Guidone here from Manjamo Restaurant. I opened my first restaurant in Manhattan Beach in 1977. And I think through the years, I've kind of got a feel of what the Manhattan Beach dining community wants. And I would say, without a doubt, that 95% of the people I've spoken to, somewhere around that, over 90% have really enjoyed the outside dining and want to see it continued. So I would hope that we could come up with a plan that would be a permanent thing, that all the restaurants could have a permanent deck out, maybe just in a few tables in front of their store or something where they could have the outside. It's been a big help to us in the restaurant to be able to expand our seating a little bit. And quite frankly, there's a lot of people that still do not want to go inside and eat. They prefer eating outside. And it doesn't matter what the weather's like. They want to sit outside. They don't want to go inside yet. So that's been a great help to us. And I would hope that we wouldn't be the only city from San Francisco to San Diego that didn't have outside dining. You know, I mean, in front of every store, every restaurant had an opportunity to have their little space outside for their customers to dine. Thank you.
I missed the fish chowder, Ron.
Pardon?
I want the fish chowder back.
I'm Austin Anderson. I've lived down here for 55 years, I think it is now. I love the outdoor dining, but I want to just make one point. As an 80-year-old, I'm still terrified of COVID, and my kids range from 35 to 50. They're not really worried at all. This has been a godsend for me and our friends to be able to eat downtown in a restaurant. Again, it's all outdoors. We really try to avoid eating indoors. Sometimes we do because we can't find a seat, and we're kind of nervous about that. I hope that's going to change, but it really hasn't changed yet. There's lots of other points I could make. I just think it's been an advantage to our community to have this. I realize there's some problems with it too. Oh, and I hate to hear you've got to tear all these things out and then maybe have permits to put them back. That just seems kind of crazy to me. There's got to be some way to get some kind of injunction or something while we think this over and come up with a plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name's Dr. Paul Kokorowski. I'm a local resident here. I just thought I'd throw out a few points. I do think it's important when we're considering these things that even though the California state of emergency is being lifted, just a few days ago, the federal government maintained that the country is still in a state of emergency, and we should keep that in mind. I think COVID as an individual entity is kind of losing steam as it affects our lives, although not completely how it's affecting our lives. And it certainly has changed everything for all of us. Even though COVID is not filling the hospital, my hospital, one of the largest hospitals in the country, is critically full, and I get notices every day that we're critically at max capacity. And so I would say to those who say that the public health implications are over, I don't think that's completely true. One thing that has become clear to me after coming to these meetings for a number of years now talking about this is that everybody is interested in pursuing this outdoor dining. And I'll say I'm a little disappointed that we called for this commission and review and tried to come up with a more permanent solution. And here we are a month from our deadline, and we're going to have a task force by February 28 and 10 days before we have to have everything yanked. So I would just implore the council to recognize this issue for the significance of what it is and push forward a solution.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Honorable Mayor, Council, congratulations. Councilwoman Haworth, good to see you again. Councilmember Lesser, congratulations. Happy New Year. Mike Sims, resident 224 34th Street, North Manhattan Beach, board member of the Downtown Business Association, and newly appointed director of the advisory board for North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District. I get that right, George? All right, cool. Listening to, somewhat reiterating, there's a long-term outdoor dining plan and task force that's getting created. What I'm just concerned about is from when these dining decks do come down until that long-term plan is in place. From what I remember from the work plan, it's 18 months. So, and unfortunately, working in the city, I understand dates do tend to go longer than usual. So, I mean, 18 months seems like the shortest it would be. So I'm really concerned that we're going to be losing a wonderful thing that our community wants because we've, well, not we, you have set aside funds to hire the new city planner and work on a long-term plan. And so it just would really be heartbreaking to see something that the community does cherish not continue in the future. Me personally, as one of the owners of the restaurants that have several of these decks, I would be happy to work with anybody, staff included, to modify them, to update them, knowing that we could have some interim, some form of outdoor dining going forward. Work with any major issues that come up as a result of them, but to just see them just disappear for the 2 years while we get a permanent plan in place just really is heartbreaking. So thank you very much.
Other speakers? Anybody else here in the audience? Okay, and we'll go to Zoom. Dario?
Good evening, dear member of the council. How are you today? Always a pleasure to speak, always a pleasure to see you, and of course, congratulations to the new member. That's what we battle every so often, something that was, it really is heartbreaking, like even listening the possibility to get rid of something so unique, something so great for the whole community. You, member of the council, were the first one who help us, who support us, and give the possibility to survive. Like many residents are enjoying the patio, others, of course, they don't like. But the real reason is health, is safety, is the possibility to, elderly go outside and really enjoy a meal, or people with dogs that they want to enjoy, family, kids that go running around. So, of course, for the business is a good opportunity to have the possibility to expand. But restaurant is not something that you can turn off and turn on. We need plan. When we have the patio, we hire additional people. So if you need to get rid of the decks, we need to lay off again people that believe in us. And that's one of the most important things that I don't think people consider. I think it's much more important life than a parking spot in front of a place. The patio are wonderful. People love it. The sense of community that we have created, that you guys have created, is something that no other city has. So don't destroy something that is unique. Actually build. Let's create something that is more uniform. Let's create something that is more appealable for the new and old resident. But don't destroy something that is so unique. This town has so much charm. This town has so much character thanks to you that we need to keep building on. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity and looking forward to speak again. Ciao.
Thank you, Dario. Next on Zoom. We have someone? Yes. June? Jim? I can't hear.
Yes, Jim. Thank you, Council. Just sitting here having a beer at Simsey's. I want to make sure you're not going to tear this down. Love it here. And I implore you to please at least leave it up while you guys figure out what the long-term plan is. You don't want to be the council that tore this stuff down. But thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Enjoy. Next.
Pass the onion rings.
Okay. iPad?
Hi, this is Leanne Myers. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Happy New Year to the council, and thank you for bringing this subject up again. Outdoor dining is so crucial to this community. I, for one, and many of my friends, do not feel that the COVID scare is over. I will not eat inside a restaurant, go to a theater, or anything of the likes. And for those who think that the COVID scare is over, just look at the recent entertainment awards and how many people got COVID and how these numbers continue to rise. In this community, this has really brought people, certainly a lot of my friends, who want to now come and enjoy the outdoor patios. It's added to the community. It's added to something that Manhattan Beach has needed for decades. I've been here for 30 years, and it's been ridiculous that a town like this has not had outdoor dining. I love the outdoor dining. The community loves the outdoor dining. I sent emails to over 10 people about this subject being addressed tonight, and they're really tired of the bureaucracy, and they love their outdoor dining, but they know they can go to other towns nearby. And that would be a shame for our great restaurants to lose the business to other towns. We love our restaurants. This is a dealable situation, and you don't even have to go to North Manhattan Beach to find parking. You could go to beach cities on Sepulveda who close after business. You could approach Skechers in their many locations who close. This is a solvable situation. I hope we can solve it. I hope we don't send our community to other towns. And when this community is aware of the fact that you want to remove the outdoor dining, they're going to be furious. I hope we consider that before.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Debbie?
Yes, hi, thank you. Hey, I'll keep this short. I just wanted to go on record as saying I too am very much an advocate to keep all the outdoor dining. As I was listening, I don't even know what you're voting on tonight or how, I mean, you're taking them down but then putting them back up, or you're just leaving. I honestly don't even understand it, I'm sorry to say. But whatever has to be done, I really want to keep the outdoor dining. I go in restaurants, but frankly, I would prefer to be outside if the weather's good, and a lot of people that I know prefer to be outside, so I think it would be a shame to lose that. But more than that, I think what Daria said was it's a sense of community. It really has changed how it feels to be downtown, and it feels more walkable, and people come out, and you see people, and it just feels more lively. So I just want to, however you have to do it, say that I would definitely want to keep the outdoor dining. And I understand the situation with some of the residents, and I'm sure it's an inconvenience in some of the places and parking and everything. And I hope we can find some mitigating factors for them also. I don't know what those would be, but I hope we can all work and keep the outdoor dining. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sylvie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Happy New Year, members of the council, and thank you for the opportunity to say a little something. I own Love and Salt, and I just wanted to kind of, I guess, give my point of view to the discussion of outdoor dining and all the points to it. I do want to acknowledge that I do really understand all of the concerns and kind of those that are just from the perspective of I guess, codes. From the residents' perspective, I do really empathize, and I really do want to, make it work and make it right. I do think, like Mike Sim said, I do believe it is heartbreaking, the idea of the decks coming down now, or even, in the meantime of when a permanent plan comes up. I think it's going to really, at least 95% of my guests are absolutely love the outdoor dining. I think it's going to really cause a lot of waves within the residents of Manhattan Beach. And, that's all, I guess, debatable and all of that. But what I think I just want to really make a stronger point about is that restaurants are still really, really up against many obstacles, including, an impending recession. And if the decks come down in, the end of February, I am going to be laying off employees, and I'm also going to be risking, losing revenues that really are critical to being able to weather this impending recession. So I'm concerned about the timing, and I'd do anything to help keep it in the interim until we find permanent solution. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Zach?
Hello, thank you, Mayor Napolitano and Council. I'm just going to keep this quick. I am a resident, long-time listener, long-time caller. I just want to say that I also support outdoor dining, and I think it's nice when you're walking around to see families enjoying family time together, eating outside rather than parked cars. I think that's a lot nicer, and I think it's good for just future-proofing on the city as well. I think that creating a more walkable, less car-dependent city is very much the direction that cities are moving in, and this is a good investment in our future, outdoor dining. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else in the audience? We have Heather.
Hi. I really think that dining decks have added so much value and beauty and safety and revenue, all the good things. And so I hope you guys can keep it. I think it's really not just sad, but it makes me mad thinking 18 months. I didn't know that until just a little while ago, that it's going to take 18 months to figure this out. And during that time, they can't have the dining decks. Why not leave them? They are currently obviously safe enough to use. And we are coming into the summer months when you're going to get a lot of people from out of town coming in. People use these are the prime months to use the dining decks. I just don't understand why it will take 18 months. Who came up with that? You guys should have been doing the work this whole time. I don't see other cities tearing down their dining decks for 18 months just to put them back up later on. Why can't it be done simultaneously? It's just a shame that City of Manhattan Beach has not figured this out, and it's frankly kind of embarrassing. And further, all of our friends, when we're trying to meet up, if there is no outdoor dining here, the moms just want to go somewhere else. They will go somewhere else to eat near to the neighboring cities, and we don't want to lose that just because Manhattan Beach hasn't figured this out for a long-term plan. I hope that, if anything, that you guys will just keep them as they are while you guys are figuring this out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Council. I'm Gary McCauley, and maybe I misunderstood something, but it sounded like you said these decks have to come down at the end of this time period here. So I wasn't going to speak because basically that's my main concern. It's time for the decks to come down. Briefly, they were an emergency fix to save the restaurants. That was the deal that we made to keep the employment up and to keep the businesses going. The basic emergency is roughly over, and they're not going to go broke at this point. It's time to bring them down. That was the deal. That was the deal. What could be fairer than that? I'm concerned about using public space for commercial enterprise. And when we start granting these encroachments, we're essentially giving away land. It's a land giveaway. Those encroachments, once we grant them, they never come back to the city. They never become public property ever again. And we have to admit that and just say that we are giving this land away for commercial enterprise. Yet we're calling it an encroachment. As far as I know, they don't even have to pay property taxes on this property that they have. So seriously, I love dining outdoors too. The street dining doesn't impress me particularly in this town. Right now, it looks like a shanty town. It's an outdoor food court right now, except uglier. And we have a lot of problems with it. I don't see my timer, so I'm worried here. Anyway.
2 minutes is up.
2 minutes is up. I'll be looking at that task force,
I was
okay?
so entranced with what you were saying, I need a buzzer.
Okay, thank you very much.
There you go. Other speakers.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Phil from Cafe Wild. First things first I've got to talk about is apparently the restaurants are booming. Now, I would love to try and trade places with you and see if I'm actually booming right now. Because if it wasn't for outdoor dining, we would have shut down. I actually thought about moving back to England at one point because of this. So I thank you for it. But one thing I have to say, back in the holiday season, my wife and I went back to England. And it makes me really wonder how in a country that just rains all the time, we have more outdoor dining. I have friends and family that come over here and they go, actually, I don't want to come back over here. Why don't we meet in Spain next year, south of France, Italy? We can sit outside where the sun shines. You live in California, you're more cooped up inside than we are in England. So when I actually look at it, this is ridiculous. Manhattan Beach looks way better. It's got a way better atmosphere. More tourists are coming here because of this. So keep outdoor dining. Come on. We're not back in the day anymore. I know it wasn't that long ago you didn't have alcohol here, but come on, let's move on and have outdoor dining. Bloody hell. Have a good day.
Whoa, what's on there?
Oh. All right, we have a cell phone crisis solved. Thank you. All right.
I just popped up real quick. Hi, nice to see you all. Jill Lampkin from Downtown Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association. I wasn't actually planning to speak, but I have a question now after listening honestly to everyone. I heard that the state is mandating that based on the timeline that our decks have to come out. But I'm just curious, and I don't mean to be facetious at all. I'm just curious why ours have to come down, but they aren't in other communities. I mean, Hermosa has already extended theirs beyond, and I know Redondo has as well. So I'm literally truly just curious how that seems to only apply to us. Sorry.
Okay.
Just want that to be considered at some point.
Thank you.
I know you can't answer that.
Well, we'll see. Other speakers, though, first? Anyone else want to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, then I do have a couple questions of staff. And my first question I wrote down before Jill even got up was, what are other cities doing?
Good question. Just to clarify, our dining decks are not restricted by state regulations. The city's own urgency ordinance regulating dining decks tied the removal of the dining decks to the lapse of the state's emergency order. And so it was the city's decision to do that, and that's why they're linked together. In other cities like Hermosa Beach, we've asked them how they're moving forward, and they tied their emergency order for the dining decks to a later date, May of 2023. And so in between now and then, they are working on some permanent option, but they gave themselves a longer time frame to work through that. And so the deadline for the state emergency order was something that the city council put into our urgency ordinance.
And then what do we know about our other cities doing in terms of planning for permanent and their process and what they envision the length of time it would take to make a permanent?
Other cities are in a similar boat to ours, where they're exploring their permanent options and gearing up to find permanent solutions. One city that's way ahead of the game and has done that was City of San Diego. City of San Diego started the process a while back and has already amended their local coastal program to include the outdoor dining decks. They've been certified by the Coastal Commission. We've spoken to the Coastal Commission about this option, and there are similar parking approaches that they inherited as a part of that program, and so it is a model program that we're looking at.
Okay, and then the deadline, you said Hermosa is May. Do we know what Redondo is?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can find out.
Is El Segundo, they're removing Richmond Street, is that correct?
I'm not sure, but I can look into that for the council.
Okay. Other questions? Councilmember Lesser.
So, Interim Director, you and I have had some conversations about how we could expedite essentially the work of the working group. And one of the questions I had related to a pilot program which might be incorporated into the work of the work plan and the council to be able to have isolated test case. Can you go through what the regulatory process would be for that type of outdoor dining on an interim basis, separate and apart from the alternatives 2 and 3 that are described here?
Well, the pilot program would essentially be a part of alternative 2. Even if we wanted to temporarily figure out a solution, we'd still be required to apply for a coastal development permit, which would be our biggest hurdle, to be able to even launch this pilot program per se.
And what other ways could we expedite the work of the working group so that to the extent we're following our code that we have to, we're following our emergency order, which means for the removal of the decks on March 10th, that we're offering something more than what sounds like what was the period of time, the estimate as to how long it might take?
18 months.
In addition, the Coastal Commission review period and appeal period, correct, for whatever might be recommended, implementation period. What are some ways that we might be able to expedite this process?
One thing that we're already doing is interacting with the Coastal Commission so that we can so that they upfront know what our goals are through this process, and we're collaborating on the effort. And they've told us in advance that working with them through the process is going to save us a lot of time at the end, because they're already going to have been involved, they're going to have given us direction on certain things, and it won't be us just presenting them with a fully baked project at the end of the day that they had absolutely no input on. So that is one of the strategies that we're applying to this process so that we could cut that time down on the back end.
Also, just briefly, prior to the pandemic, not all business, not all restaurants took advantage of the outdoor dining program, the ability to have sidewalk tables and the like. Granted, it's a far smaller footprint than what the temporary decks allow. But I'm wondering, is there some idea on the scale of how much additional capacity could be accommodated by the city's current pre-pandemic program, essentially?
We don't know a number. We've conceptually looked at which restaurants could potentially qualify for outdoor dining via the outdoor facilities permit. It's few and far between for the downtown areas, as you can imagine, because most of them don't have private parking available or open spaces. And the sidewalk dining, those are more realistic, except for Manhattan Beach Boulevard, for example, which is significantly sloped. So that would present a big challenge for any of the restaurants along Manhattan Beach Boulevard.
And the sidewalk width as well. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Council discussion. Anybody?
For straw?
You want?
No, I'm not. I have lots of thoughts.
Councilor Franklin.
Once more into the breach. So let me apologize, at first that it may seem like random thoughts because there's just so much to pack into this. Combined with the fact that we know you all, the residents, the restaurants, the businesses, we know you all so well and appreciate what you do. You're the reason why people come to visit. I'm amazed where I see people with suitcases, and they're rolling them around town. And I asked them, where are you from? What are you doing? And they have like a 3-hour layover at LAX, and they heard such great things about Manhattan Beach, and they want to come and visit. They ask about the city and everything like that. So. I myself have traveled quite a bit and appreciate that we stand out amongst the world in terms of places. Every city has kind of their prominent features. Ours is ocean, downtown, restaurants, businesses, everything that everybody enjoys, residents and visitors alike. We're coming on to 3 years of the emergency and the order. I wasn't on council then, and I appreciated, and I always said that, the work that the council did to fast track things, to meet several times a week. And the staff, it was a grueling time. I think went a long way to saving the restaurants, saving saving the city, making it a place to come to, eat outside if you don't feel comfortable eating inside. Those of you who know me, once I did join council, I really pushed hard to get this parallel track of let's get this analysis done, because there's going to come a day when the decks have to come down, and let's see what we can do. If anything, I'm pretty positive that we could do something, and we lost valuable time. Time is money. You all are making mortgage payments. You all are paying staff. You all have overhead that goes from month to month. We certainly realize that. And then I picture myself as a resident. What if that came to my neighborhood? The the fact that my parking has been reduced, the fact that there's additional noise, the fact that, that there's additional things to clean, and even the four in the morning big semis backing up and making noise. So I tend to feel that we owe it to the downtown residents to sort of give them a break. It's been stressful to them. They invested in the city too. They bought way back when. They had an anticipation of a lifestyle that was, quite frankly, interrupted. So I would probably vote to see the decks come down, but to fast track, that's why I asked the question about fast tracking the study. We know so much as well. We know so many different parameters that we want to consider. We know it's wildly successful. Mr. Slay, you brought this really into focus in terms of it's turned the whole industry, the restaurant industry on its head. With the 5 o'clock now and nothing past 9 o'clock. Because, movie theater, I mean, think of it how it stretches outside of our city. Movie theaters are down, that kind of thing. So it is challenging. We need to get this fast track to make up for that lost time. To Interim Director Tully? Oh, there you are. Okay. Your point about working with the Coastal Commission, because that was the boogeyman, who ruined the downtown specific plan. Okay, so that makes sense. So it's not going to be a perfect solution, but we're hoping to come to a solution. I don't want to be, like was mentioned, the only town that doesn't have outdoor dining between, San Francisco and San Diego. I saw this movie that was filmed in New York in 2010, and outdoor dining, on the sidewalks, and it was magnificent. So even where the weather doesn't suit it, people like outdoor dining. So if we can make that commitment to the restaurants that we're going to move this as fast as we can to get you, somebody said we need a plan, to get you that plan, then I'm all behind that. And we'll work as hard as I can, I'm sure my colleagues would, to get that plan, to get that plan framed for you so you can go ahead and make a decision. But the decks were designed to be a temporary solution. They are inconsistent. They are, got maintenance issues. It does give a different look to the town. So I think it's time to take that next stage, however painful it may be for some. But with the commitment of the city, the staff, and the council to get that, to get a resolution as quickly as possible for you.
Okay. Something else? Councilmember Franco?
Oh, no,
sorry. So, staff, deep in discussion over there. What are we talking about?
Well, we were talking about respective to what our neighboring cities are doing, and when our state of emergency is ending, if we were to extend our state of emergency to tie to, say, the federal government, which expires in April, we could keep the decks through that date, since there's a basis for keeping the state of emergency.
So April, what?
11th, was it?
So right now, under the state's state of emergency, it would be March 10th?
Well, it's February 28th is a state. We
Right.
granted 10 days to tear them down.
Right. So 10 days. So March.
Right. So,
So instead of March, it would be April. Essentially,
presumably you could add 10 days to tear down after that.
So it would be May 10th. It's the end of, I think what you're asking is it the end of April?
It's April 10th.
April 10th, okay. Sorry, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I love outdoor dining. We all do. And I know people mention businesses, you know, the mix of businesses, restaurants, residents, and I want to highlight that it's retail. Retail has really suffered a bit, and I think that, as have the residents, there's been a real impact there. And I gotta believe, and I'm speaking for everybody, that in the beginning, folks who owned retail shops were more than happy. Everybody had to pull together to make this work for the restaurants. So, you know, it's something that I want the residents to hear, that I too, like Councilmember Franklin, I'm absolutely committed to making this committee happen, making it move faster, because we need a plan. So as Dario Fernando mentioned, there's some sort of uniformity, whether it's amount of space restaurants get, whether it's public or private encroachment, whether it's a deck or sidewalk tables. I don't know that answer, okay? I want to see some form of that, but it has to evolve in a permanent plan. We are built around roads in our community and cars, and we have to adhere to what the Coastal Commission says about parking. And people have said, someone said, oh, you know, you care more about parking. Well, we have to, because it's the law. And I have gone up before the Coastal Commission, and that was quite a bad experience, I'm just gonna say. They didn't care a thing about what 500 residents had said in a survey about our general specific plan. They didn't care about the hours and hours of community meetings we had. They cared about their laws, their policies, and thank you very much, Manhattan Beach. Not a smile from them. And I usually get smiles from people even if they don't like me, right? These people, no smiles. Bless your hearts. But it's just not something we can negotiate with on the spot. So I'm, first of all, very, very gratified to hear that our staff is already talking to them and identifying a process with them to get buy-in, or at least get their requirements up front. That's really going to help. So really, really, that's important. And I know Jill Lampkin and I spoke about that because Redondo Beach staff was kind of approaching a similar fashion. So we're so gratified to hear that our staff is doing that. But I too support the decks coming down right now. Not right now, but March 10th, maybe there's some room for April 10th, but I'll tell you what, I don't see it. Because here's what I see. I want to get this process going. I want to clean things up. I think when we remove the decks, because you're going to find stuff under there that's not really so pleasant. Because I'll tell you, in New York City, they're dealing with this very issue. We can absolutely have outdoor dining. It will absolutely enhance our community, but it has to be done differently. I do commend the council that came before in all the decisions that they made. It was absolutely the right thing to do. But I support them coming down and continuing on with the process. The one thing I'm concerned about, so this is alternative one, remove the street encroachments. I mean, I want us to be clear on what we're kind of, when we make a motion, what we're deciding, because one thing that I was concerned about, and you heard it in my questioning, would there be sort of an unfair advantage to a restaurant who might have access to private property, like next door to them, you know, that they could encroach upon, versus somebody who only has public right-of-way? So some restaurants would have this advantage. And I don't know, it's not very many. I don't know why I held up 4 fingers, but it's not very many. But that wouldn't be fair, and I wouldn't like to see that happen. So can you maybe, does that concern anyone else? Like, would we want sort of a pause on everything until the plan was in place, or could that process continue?
Well, I think it's a discussion among the group, but.
That I want to hear. Okay, thank you. Through the chair.
Question?
So the outdoor facilities permit is a permit that's allowed by our code regardless of COVID. That's something that's available.
Okay.
The one thing under COVID regulations that's being offered that typically wouldn't be offered under our regulations is the AB 61's alcohol license relaxation. So whereas typically if someone wanted to get an outdoor facilities permit, well, the alcohol and the parking, typically if you wanted to get an outdoor facilities permit as an established use in the city, and you wanted to use an open space, the only way you could serve alcohol within that open space is if you were to amend your use permit to allow for the alcohol service. In this case, with AB 61, you can use an open space on private property or parking spaces. You don't have to replace those parking spaces for the interim period of AB 61, and you can also serve alcohol. But the outdoor facilities permit itself is a standard permit that's allowed by the zoning code.
Have now.
Mhm.
Okay. So I think you understand my direction, sort of a reset with absolute intent to bring it back in a better, more permanent way. So, thank you.
Okay.
I can't add much to what has already been said, other than my family and I have thoroughly enjoyed outdoor dining, and in fact have gone out to eat because of the opportunity to have outdoor dining. We have dogs, the ability to sit outside. The fact that my family is concerned about COVID has led them to not want to eat inside restaurants. It has played an important role in our community. But the time has come for a reset, as was described by my colleagues. There are serious concerns of the intensification of our downtown with the decks, the loss of parking, the cleanliness, the additional expense, the deferral of maintenance, the lost revenue that has not even been referenced yet. But in exchange, what are we offering the community, as many residents will be deeply disappointed when they read the story and learn or see that the dining decks are no longer there, the temporary ones. I think we need to double down and expedite this public process to come up with a longer-term solution. I know for myself, and I'm not the one who's been here the longest, the first time I dealt as a public official with outdoor dining was back in 2004 when I was on the Parking and Public Improvements Commission. And I recognize there are others here who have been grappling with this issue for far longer, because think about it. It's hardscape concerns, it's infrastructure, it's expense, it's the right-of-way issues we're talking about, and it's recognizing the concerns of the downtown residents that live so close to this to these use. And there's money involved. There's capital improvement project dollars that will be required. This is not a simple process, which is part of the reason why we need to allow enough time for this working group to have its deliberations, again, in a public way. But I think all of us are saying, and we haven't heard from the Mayor Pro Tem yet, but all of us want to expedite this working group as quickly as possible so that we're not just removing the decks with no prospect of expanding outdoor dining beyond what is there now. So those are my comments for the time being.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery?
Your Honor, I appreciate the comments that have been made so far. I'm going to stick back for a second and bring us up why we're here. We're here because in 2020, COVID hit, and the council back then, the only two left that were still there, the mayor and I, drove that forward to help our restaurants and businesses all over the city survive. No one doubts that. No one doubts this entire council is in favor of permanent outdoor dining. What we're talking about, and we made the deal with every single restaurant. It's funny, no one seemed to develop amnesia. They forgot the word temporary. When we did a deal with every single restaurant, they all agreed temporary. Temporary. Now, through the council actions in 21, prior to 22, we kept kicking the can down the road. To those downtown residents that feel misled and lied to, I understand that completely. I was there. I saw it. And you can't keep doing that. Yes, infrastructure needs to be had below the streets and paving, an issue that New York had, as Councilmember Howard talked about. There's things to do, but more importantly, keep your word. You promised you would do this. It was temporary, and that temporary part is over. We're not saying COVID's over. No one mentioned that one time. And anyone in this council never said COVID's over. It may never go away. But okay, we do that one thing. What about the fact, no one's mentioned the fact where the $1 million a year the city is continuing by keeping this going. The impact on the retailers and the residents. So I'm not going to repeat what everybody said here. The time has come. We're not talking April 24, April 25, April 2030. We're not doing that to people again. We're not kicking the can down the road anymore. It's time. But I agree with Councilor Lester Sue, and everyone said it. We can appoint maybe Councilor Franklin and Councilor Lester to the committee to drive this 18 months down to half or less. Those of you that called in tonight that went through the history of it, get involved in the committee. It's a public group. Want to make a difference? Get involved. Be there. Talk about what you want to do. So as I think it was in the record talked about, we're already talking to Coastal Commission. We're talking to what we want to do. I don't think we're not the only city left that's going to have no dying decks. That's a false one. It's a red herring out there. It's not going to happen. But we're not San Diego either. We're not San Francisco, and we're definitely not LA. Don't compare us to them. But let's do the right thing, but do it the right way. So when it comes back, and we all raise our hands, permanent dining, we can be proud of what we did and how we got there. Yes, temporary pain, but long-term gain. So I'm with it. I'll stop there, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. For my part, the question was asked, why don't we have, or why didn't we have outdoor dining before? Why haven't we for many years? And honestly, because a lot of the restaurants weren't willing to do what they needed to do at that time to make outdoor dining happen, and that was to change the configuration of their restaurant to allow for spaces that included outside. Hennessy's was one of the first ones that changed that and had an outdoor deck and everything. But people didn't, and then we added sidewalk dining, but the truth is Manhattan Beach has narrow roads, narrow sidewalks with lots of impediments to it, and a high demand for parking, and a vibrant retail. And so that balance was there, right or wrong, until an emergency happened, and this COVID, that required us to rethink and expand out into public spaces, to use public property to save private enterprise in this town. That's what happened. I don't want to belabor that, but we did know then, as we talked about today, that this day would come where the temporary decks would have to be taken down. And we can play around and shift those dates around, but I don't see the point at this time, because if anything, let it be an incentive to make people work faster, to come up with a solution. 18 months is just a number someone threw out. Does it have to be 18 months? No, it doesn't. I think it depends on what we want to do and what kind of investment we want to make for the future as well, though. When we talk about taking up parking or public space, I still see a long-term solution as being the expansion of our sidewalks, and allowing parking at the same time, maybe a reconfiguration of that, bollards, what have you. There's lots of different things we could do. We should be getting rid of the parking meters so we have more room on the sidewalks, not just for dining, but for people to walk. We've got impediments all over the place. We can have the pay stations like so many other cities have adopted. But there's lots of space that we could create out there, and it'll take investment, it'll take time, it'll take agreement. It doesn't necessarily have to take up a whole lot of parking either. But those are discussions to be had at the task force level, and to work those things out. And let them start. Let them start talking about that. Let them start working on what outdoor dining means. I don't foresee outdoor dining being just a one-for-one replacement as to what's out there now. There are other opportunities to reimagine downtown Manhattan Beach and how this all works together, and how we can have outdoor space that people can enjoy, that benefits private enterprise but also is available to public, and that meets the requirements that we're going to have to. And we talked about this months ago. Bureaucracy, yeah, nobody likes it. We want this as simple as possible, yeah. But we have to work within the parameters and with the other agencies that we have to work with. We can't get out of that. I'd love to say, you know, we thumb our nose. There's a lot of talk about thumbing our nose at everything about everybody about everything. And we can't do that, folks. I wish we could. That'd be great. But we're not an island. We're not our own nation. We have to work within the confines of the rules and regulations that apply to us. And we're going to do that as best we can, as fast as we can. But you know, there was always going to be a time when these decks came down where we repaired the streets and we worked on the outdoor dining solution. That time just happens to be now. I appreciate everything that's been said tonight. I appreciate the work, the patience of the residents. I appreciate the efforts of the businesses, and I understand the plight. There are certain things, of course, that are beyond our control, and we can't address every condition that every business is in here. We're going to do our best to address this. But there was always going to be a gap in time where the temporary decks came down and the permanent solution was found. And that's what we're going to shoot for now. So, is there a motion?
So, question. It sounds like, and I am trying to get clarity because we have these alternatives. So it sounds like we're saying action number 1, or alternative number 1.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like. So I make that motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Montgomery.
Okay. All right. Can we roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery,
Yes.
Mayor Napolitano,
Yes.
Councilmember Lesser,
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Haworth.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Did we change the date?
It coincides with the...
We just kept it.
Your Honor? Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you also, the resident spoke about the from England that we left?
Okay, hold on just a second. Folks, if you can take your conversations outside. We still have business to conduct. If you can take your conversations outside. Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, you.
Your Honor, that you could offer the gentleman from England that has the cafe on the north end. We'd like to ship the Coastal Commission to England. That's why they have no problems over there.
All right, moving on.
Next
I have
time
no
we
response.
go out to dinner, we'll tell them that.
Let's see. Where are we? We're on item 19, discussion regarding placing cameras at public facilities, public areas, and parks. Director Lee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Eric Lee, your Public Works Director. I'm here to talk to you about an item that the Council requested a couple months ago. And before we do that, I want to give you a real quick recap on what we're doing as it relates to our security camera project. Thank you. Currently, we have a project in our CIP that's funded, and essentially it's aimed at installing 94 cameras at 7 city facilities, including City Hall, Police and Fire, the Public Works Yard, Jocelyn Community Center, Live Oak Park, and the Manhattan Heights Community Center. The cost for all these, the purchase and installation of this equipment is about $700,000. We are in the final stages of design right now and anticipate going out to bid shortly. And our plan is to bring a contract for you to consider sometime in June to award. Assuming that happens, we would hopefully be completing construction in February of 2024 on all of these cameras. As just a note for the council and the community, as envisioned currently, this is a security camera system that would be passively operated. You know, essentially, there's no live monitoring, and it would provide footage for staff or law enforcement to look at if there was a need to do so. Thank you. Real quick, this is a map of the 7 facilities in the city that are being contemplated. And so I realize this is probably not that helpful, but for as big as our city is, while we're not that big, these 7 facilities is certainly not everything in Manhattan Beach. So on November 15th, the council requested an item to discuss expanding the scope of this project to other public facilities, public areas, including downtown Manhattan Beach and our city parks, including the parking lot behind the senior villas. The additional cost to expand this scope of the project is not known at this point, really because we would like more information from the council if this is something that we want to pursue. Essentially, the locations of additional sites would have to be determined and assessments of those sites would have to be conducted. It's important to note that, as originally understood by this request, if we were to expand the scope of the project in this direction, it sounds to staff like this is getting outside of the traditional city facilities where we normally have power and network connectivity that is available to us. And so those are some critical path issues that are overcomable, but they would have to be overcome. As it relates to cost of expanding the project beyond what we're currently doing, as I mentioned, we're looking at about $700,000 for these 94 cameras. That's about $7,500 per camera. And I'll admit that is a very gross oversimplification of cost per camera, but it gives you some order of magnitude of what we're doing. As I mentioned, power and networking issues are some critical path issues to deal with. Additionally, these costs do not include ongoing storage, backup of data, network management, camera maintenance, and staff support, all that would be expanded to an unforeseen amount at this point if we scaled up this program much more than we're anticipating right now. And additionally, none of these costs, as I mentioned, include live monitoring of cameras. Here's another map for you to look at, and while it's a little difficult to see as well, this highlights all the city parks and city facilities, and so you can see there's a much larger footprint that we operate than the 7 facilities that are being currently worked on. And of course, this map does not include any type of business districts or any other areas of the community, whether it be in the public right-of-way or key intersections or other gathering points in the city that are outside of our control. And so there's a large footprint that what we would have to expand to, depending on what the council's interest would be if we really wanted to do a much, essentially blanket the city with cameras. So, in summary, while the costs are unknown, we're looking at millions and millions of dollars to do a citywide project, and not sure if that's something that the council wants to consider. If you wanted to look at this further, we would want direction from the council about how you'd like us to go about identifying additional locations to consider, and then additionally, as it relates to funding, would the council be interested in lump sum funding and trying to do something all in one fell swoop, or maybe have a roadmap to eventually have more cameras in time. And staff realizes that we're in the beginning stages of our budget process right now, and there are a lot of competing priorities for the community, and so want to make sure we understand what the level of interest is on this as we're preparing our budgets. And with that, that ends my short presentation, and of course available for any questions you may have.
Okay, I see some names. I'm going to ask some questions first, though, so looking at the staff report on page 1, we had the City Safety Committee in 2019 evaluated options to enhance public safety and security of employees in other facilities. The committee brought their updates on existing and proposed safety and security measures to council on January 7th, 2020. The city facilities camera project assessment report was completed in March 2022 by Triad. So when did we hire Triad?
They were hired, I believe, in 2020 or 21. That information is available.
Seems like a long time to come back with a report with an assessment.
It did take some time. Yeah, I think the organization was in the throes of COVID, I think, at the beginning of their contract period, and so I think that's part of the delay. We had some staffing transitions in our engineering group that was part of that as well. But we've had the finalized report since March. We've gone back out to full design, and so while it did take us a bit of time to prime the pump, so to speak, we are moving forward. And we have a plan to get cameras in place as currently envisioned by February of '24.
So it was a year since the report almost, and we're not going to have the installation until another year?
Well, when you say like that, it sounds like a long time.
It'll be 5 years or...
So there's active engineering work happening now.
Am I in front of the Arts Commission or something?
We are working. We're working. We realize that the importance of this not only to the council, but to safety in the community, safety for our employees.
Well, I ask that because also, though, right, I think an obvious question is there not something we can contract for? In the age of Ring, why can't we just subscribe with a service and throw cameras up everywhere and do it that way, rather than maintaining and doing all this ourselves when there are people that do it for certainly other entities. And then on top of that, as far as where we put them, I don't know what we're facing out in the public works yard as far as crime goes, but in terms of public facing, where we want to put these to really have an impact on public safety first, I wouldn't think some of the locations that we previously said we want them in is the priority versus parks and downtown and others. So that seems like it should be an adjustment as well.
And I think, hence the purpose of the agenda item tonight. So my understanding when the current project that we're doing was envisioned, there was internal security concerns the city was facing or confronting with individuals that were trying to cause disturbances in city facilities, access control issues, and so the organization started down the current path for those reasons. And once we have that system and that infrastructure existing, I think we're going to be in a much better spot to start saying, okay, we want to cover Polywog Park, or we want to cover some other parks or facilities, because we'll have the architecture already at our disposal to do so, and we would just be bolting another additional phases onto it.
Okay. Councilmember Haworth, questions?
Thank you. If we were to do additional, and I thought your questions were good ones.
Thank you.
I know. I knew you wanted my approval there because
feel validated.
Yeah, good. My job is done. There are different. The 7 buildings or facilities listed. I could see us kind of doing some horse trading there for the same reason you mentioned, public safety. Although I do know when I was on council before, I know it was kind of the beginning of these First Amendment group people who were coming and maybe causing disturbances, and not everyone has a right to all that.
We've locked the doors since then.
Oh, no, we haven't. But a couple things. I would hope, or is there a plan for a privacy policy with regards to the footage? Because the police department, or not the police, and our city attorney came up with a really robust policy for the automatic license plate readers, so that not anybody could call up, I'm mad at my husband, I want to find out where he's been at night, and they give me his information because they scan his license plate. So is there a plan to have a robust privacy policy? Is that something we've talked about?
Yeah, so that's something that staff's already in the works on.
Okay.
And it's going to cover not only those types of issues, but we've got employee labor group issues that we want to make sure that the employees feel level of comfort and they're not being spied upon and sort of thing.
Okay. I gave that example about my husband. I'm not mad at him. But the other question would be, so I'm looking at, I like the idea of expanding it to some other public facilities or parks. When I see the price tag that we've come up with, it seems like, because on, I guess, page 6 of the staff report, we've identified basically the whole Strand, the whole green belt, plus the parks, right? And so it looks like we have, you know, cameras all along there, but there's nothing in the downtown area, right? I mean, because that was something that had been brought up. I mean, if we're talking about public safety, that had been brought up by a resident, I don't know, back in October, I think, or November. You know, could we have cameras kind of around the downtown area? And I think that would be something to put it as part of this.
So to be clear, I think you're referring to slide 6, which looks like this with the city parks.
Yep, the green.
And so this is just, this is a map of our parks and facilities. It has nothing to do with cameras that are being planned right now.
Okay, because, I know it's not the 7 sites identified, but in that larger scope that, you know, we said we would like to increase the scope of it. You know, let's just be, I'm wondering how many cameras that additional money covers, right? The $10 million, you know, how many cameras is that?
Yeah, so it's hard to know at this point because we don't, each site is different, the costing would be different, and on some level, whether you have a camera that has, you know, 1 lens or 2 lenses, or it's 360 degrees, in the long run, that becomes a minority of your cost. The majority of your cost in the long run is data storage, data management, the people that you hire to manage the system, and how labor intensive the system we build becomes.
So that, the 10 million estimate, it says on slide 5, the costing considerations, it doesn't include storage, maintenance, staff support. So that, I'm just wondering how many cameras, in addition to those 7 sites, how many sites why did we come up with that number?
The original 7, I think it was our public,
700,000.
yeah, our public safety professionals.
No, I want to know the additional scope. The additional that gets us to 10 million, how many sites is that?
I think we don't know at this point.
We don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be hundreds of cameras more.
Right.
That'd be my guess, but it really depends on what we want to get out of it. And I think that if we want to broaden the scope for public safety reasons, it's a much larger conversation to start getting to that information.
Thank you. Okay.
Good?
Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Lesser?
Since returning to City Council, I've wanted to make sure that I understood the basis of the prior council with certain projects, how these certain initiatives evolved, and wanted to be careful that I really understood what some of the rationale was before I opined and maybe took a different position. On this particular project, the underlying project, which I want to separate from the proposal to expand it, the 7 sites with 94 cameras, we were involved in this. Councilmember Howarth and I, along with the mayor, along with Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, it raised the fundamental question of how do we secure our facilities and protect our employees, particularly after the council had expended funds to provide for greater security at our local schools. It was time to look at our own city employees and how we protect them. I have fundamental concerns about security cameras, and they're not fully addressed in the staff report. And Director Lee, I give you huge credit. I threw quite a number of questions to the city manager, and even though you've come into the city after this program was started, you attempted to address them. I thank you for them. But I want to just raise some of them to see if there's shared interest in council in a further exploration of these issues before we move forward with even the underlying project. First, what are the goals? How will security cameras assist in improving security and safety of city employees? In our exchange, you talked about how they're deterrents and they help with investigation after the fact. They're not being monitored. We all are aware of how people often have this false sense of security that just because there's a security camera, it means that the police are watching whatever's happening. That's not the case. With this amount of investment, with so much money being proposed for this project, I'd want to better understand what the purpose is, what the goal is, what the data suggests, where there really are security concerns. And I recognize there's been a report, and it has some confidential information that we may not want to make public with regard to where there's some vulnerability. But there needs to be a better justification for this scale of a project, I would think, for the public. I want to be careful not to just have commentary when this is questions. I respect that. But these are issues that I see so glaringly missed in the staff report that I hope we can get some answers to. Monitoring, you answered. This is not actively monitoring. Policies. Councilmember Haworth noted how when we dealt with the license plate readers on the prior council, we had robust policies. And I met with the police chief and went in depth. The ACLU has all kinds of concerns, as you might imagine, with the surveillance state, and we want to be careful.
What are your questions?
Thank you. Public, I could go on. But
forget
Public
something.
Record Act requests.
Yes.
Will the video recordings from the cameras be available to the public?
So these do become city records, and so they're available to be requested. And certainly, this is much more of a legal issue. A lot of it, the exemptions that I'm aware of for release of video footage, we'd have to claim, related to criminal investigation. And so there are some exceptions, but there's a great potential that some of these records are. If someone wants a copy of the footage from that camera that looks at the parking lot, they may be able to get it.
When I left council, there had been an explosion of Public Records Act requests and the staff time to pull these records. And I'm just wondering, has the cost been factored in to what the program will cost to administer and monitor for Public Records Act requests for all kinds of reasons that...
Right, but those costs can be recovered.
Next,
Let's get to questions.
Project cost. How has the budget jumped from $430,000 that was presented in June 2022 to $700,000 for just the purchase and installation of the base programs cameras?
So I think it was undersized originally, and as we're getting our arms around it, we realized that we're going to need more, and so that's why more was programmed in the current budget to get us through this project.
Okay. I'll stop there so it's not just commentary.
Okay. All right, Councilor Franklin.
Okay, thank you. So my questions are, has there been some thought given to just overlaying a crime scene map and have that determine where we want to place the cameras? So where the most crime is, let's put the cameras. I'm not asking specifically, you, Director Lee, but I mean, I know it's focused on city facilities, but the crimes have been, in public areas, around town. So there's got to be potentially some, I guess they used to call them heat maps or something like that, where there's a high level of activity. And not only does it provide for evidentiary recoup, investigation, but also a deterrent. If the bad guys know that they're going to be filmed, then they won't do bad things.
So I think my short answer to that is everything I've understood about this project up to this point has been it was geared towards providing and enhancing security at our city facilities. But Chief Johnson, I think, can certainly answer the questions that you've got.
Okay. Well, and before she does that, I feel like we're in two different planets here. Mm-hmm. I feel like this was something that started out with a council-approved CIP to put security in city facilities, frankly, because of incidents that we had and protecting our employees and wanting to be able to provide that level of protection. Then a request was made by council to see what we could do to expand it. Council seems to think that we're coming back today to tell you what it's going to cost and how long it'll take, and we'll get this thing done for you. We need to have these conversations that you're talking about, where you want to put them, heat maps, whatever that scope is, before we can come back and have any kind of conversation with the council, with any logic or intelligence. But right now, we're just responding to council's request to talk about putting it in additional places. So you guys think we're, near the finish line with this, and we're just getting into the gates. So, Chief?
Councilmember Franklin, to answer your question, I certainly can appreciate the lens through which you're looking at it and putting cameras where crimes are occurring. But over the years, crimes occur in different places. We see different trends in different parts of the city. And so if we were looking at placing cameras as a means for a crime deterrent or something like that, I would want to kind of have a global discussion on what places might historically be places we would always be able to catch criminals or cars leaving the city and things like that. I did want to inform the council just as a matter of part of this discussion, that we just took delivery on our first live view trailer. It's like the ones you see at the mall that have a bunch of cameras. It even has a speaker. We could shout at people. It has the ability to record even infrared and things like that. And we are going to be deploying that as a very visible deterrent in response to crime trends, but also as well for our large-scale events and anywhere where having that footage might be valuable or it might be a deterrent to crime.
And we have that now, right?
Yes, sir. We took
trailer?
delivery of one, and we're now receiving instruction on how to use it so that we can properly deploy it. But yes, we do have it.
Would you guess that that's also passive monitoring?
Yes, sir. It's going to be passive monitoring.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Further questions?
That's all I have for now.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just two things. City Manager Mo is correct. I think 3 years ago, Mayor, you and I, maybe 4 years ago, talked about the upgrade to City Hall and the buildings for our employees. That was step one. We didn't know we were going to be slammed 3 years later talking about just getting those pieces done in place. Part two, as City Manager Mo is correct, we said, look, like other cities are doing, they're putting cameras non-monitored. We never said the word live once. The non-monitored cameras were there as another, I would say, safety precaution we have at our fields, at a parking lot, things that we should have been doing this years ago. The price of cameras have come so far down, we should have been doing this a long time ago, but here we are. So it's a two-pronged discussion Bruce is talking about. I'll stop there until we get the council discussion.
Okay. Okay, with no further questions, we'll open up to the public. Anyone want to come down and speak to this item in the audience? Must not be anything on Netflix tonight. All right, anyone on Zoom? Okay, council. Councilmember Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's too bad the gentleman from London left because he might have a comment because London is famous for their, closed circuit TV monitoring or, ability. So, I mean, I appreciate that staff is potentially looking for direction to expand. I want to confirm, I mean, I'm in support of monitoring our city facilities. Do we need a vote on that? I mean, that's already happening, isn't it? Or are we trying to make a vote because the budget has increased? I mean, what are we being asked?
The core project was already approved by council.
Right.
And we're moving ahead with that. This
Good.
is all about the incremental increase in other areas.
Great. Well, I'm not sure I have comments then on this yet. I just want to clarify that and to make sure, because I do think that that's important.
Okay, Councilmember Lesser.
I had one question, and that is one I posed to you, Director Lee, and that has to do with recent state legislation that has limits on how monitoring cameras, to the extent they're monitoring employees, can be used. Obviously, we talked about a policy that would reflect that, but what is your thought on the program? And that's separate from the larger question that we're having, which is the scope. But I'm just wondering, how do you address the concern about the cameras, even for that more refined purpose of just protecting employees?
Yeah. From what I recall from the legislation you sent me, it was about using data metrics to gauge employee efficiency and whatnot. And I think that the policy we're going to have to stand up is going to have to hold up to all legal scrutiny. It's going to lean towards safety and the concerns of the organization, and not an overzealous supervisor trying to use cameras to monitor his or her workers.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have a question.
Sir Franklin?
So, yes, so from a legal aspect, so I understand that, this was done to monitor city facilities. If those cameras are not there and something were to happen, does that increase the liability for the city in terms of anything?
No. There's no, it's not like a Good Samaritan concept where if you start helping people and then they get hurt, you're liable. There's absolutely no liability for the city if we have cameras or don't have cameras.
Okay.
I would add that although it's not envisioned to be a live monitored system, it would be available for our public safety staff to jump on live if there was a need for us to do that. And so if there was an incident in a city facility, the watch commander or SWAT team could see what's going on. That would be important. And we've been coordinating with the school district, and the intention at a very high level, once everything gets done, is hopefully we can have the proper agreements with the school district that our public safety folks can ingest their video cameras into our system if there was a need to do so.
Okay, I'll jump in. Councilor Haworth,
That's okay.
is just, I would rather at this point send this back to staff, because I think the only question I would have with the current project, which isn't on the table tonight, is do we really still need it? Are there such issues with safety at our facilities that 94 cameras are needed to monitor them? But, if we're comfortable with going forward with it as it is, my understanding is that's not on the agenda tonight to withdraw support for that. If it is, then that's a discussion. But then what I would send back, though, to staff regarding an expansion or a separate program of cameras in the city are, what ways can we do that and at what cost? Are there alternatives to what we're doing at city facilities that is less cost, less impactful? Like I said, subscription programs, contract basis with an outside provider, I don't know. But that to me gets us off the dime, and we actually look at alternatives rather than just, this is what we're doing for city facilities, so this is what we should be doing everywhere else. Does that make sense? Sort of?
Yeah.
Maybe. But the current project, is that on the table tonight?
No. I
mean,
mean, council approval prior to this, and
where are we on it, though? Are we about to install?
So we're in the final stages of design, and hope to be out to bid in a matter of weeks, and hope to have a contract for you to consider the construction of the system in June.
Okay, so it will come back for a final approval on what the actual bid amount is at that time?
Correct.
Okay, so we can consider that then. In the meantime, I would say send it back, bring us alternatives for additional public safety monitoring in the city and what that might look like.
Okay.
Councilmember Haworth.
Thank you. And I would like to say I do still support the current project. Obviously, if the cost of that somehow mushrooms to some really, I want to keep an eye on the cost, but I do support what was prior approved. I agree with the mayor. Send this back for further consideration, because there may be other options that, instead of this one type of camera, or the way it's wired, or all of that. But I would also want to know. I'd want to discuss, how many other sites we're talking about, maybe with the police department, the police chief's input, because you could. A public facility is the green belt, and you could have a camera there, the green belt at, I'm not telling you to do this now, but I'm saying, there at Manhattan Beach Boulevard and, Valley or Ardmore, and that's both public facility and, all kinds of things happening there. So, perhaps the chief could say, these are the 7 sites that, are either kind of hidden away, like Sand Dune Park's not on here, by the way. Oh yeah, it's over by the Public Works here, but like stuff like that, like places that really we could identify as potential spots that, residents don't always feel safe in. And that rather than it be this nebulous, well, if we just do this, it would be 10 million. So I would want to identify some sites, and that would be a good way to move forward, I think, so.
Okay, any other comment? Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery? Okay.
No, I'm good with that, Your Honor. It's a good game plan.
With that direction, we're good?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That takes us to item 20. For those keeping track at home, we do have a closed session after this. Item 20 is consideration of resolutions awarding a construction agreement to Pavement Coatings Company for the Slurry Seal project encompassing the north end area of the sand section, approving construction of inspection professional services, and approving an additional appropriation from the capital improvement funds and a public arts trust fund allocation of $326,822 for the project. Director Lee. Oh, not Director Lee.
Sorry for the longest intro ever, but thank you.
I'm known for that.
And good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I am Bianca Cardenas, the Associate Engineer with the city's Public Works Department. I prepared a presentation for City Council's discussion and direction for the design of the decorative crosswalks in North Manhattan Beach and their inclusion in the Slurry Seal project for asphalt pavement preservation. So I'd like to first point out the proposed locations for award in this year's Slurry Seal project. That would be the north area of the sand section as the base bid, and then additive items for Grandview Elementary School, the outdoor dining decks, should they be removed during this project's work, and then the topic of this presentation, the decorative crosswalks. So currently 8 stamped decorative crosswalks exist within the project's limits along Highland at 34th, 35th, 36th Street, and Rosecrans Avenue. And they were originally installed in 2010 in the Highland Resurfacing Project in coordination with the North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District. They are now showing wear, and they were bid out in this year's Slurry Seal project as an additive for replacement in an effort to consider refreshing all pavement markings within the project's area. The city staff recommends asphalt grinding and replacement of these crosswalks using an updated surface application that is a full thermoplastic overlay and is not its current stamped asphalt. This proposed application was recently used for the Scrambled and Rainbow crosswalks in downtown Manhattan Beach and do not require costly removal and replacement of asphalt and would provide for easier maintenance. There are 4 crosswalks at the Rosecrans Avenue and Highland Avenue that bear the 3 surfboards graphic. It should be noted that the North Manhattan Beach bid proposes a new logo and is currently seeking its trademark. Their advisory board recommends, approved a recommendation to City Council to utilize the same patterned design, but to install their artist logo, just shown on the left, instead of the existing circular surfboard graphics that is shown on the right. To incorporate the new logo into the design, slight adjustments must be made, including using the manufacturer's color chart to color match. The materials are available in limited shades of colors, so the logo won't match exactly as shown as the North Manhattan Beach bid preferred logo. So city staff recommends consideration of incorporating the new logo with staff making sure that the proposed new logo, sorry, it should be on the previous slide. So start over. City staff recommends consideration of incorporating the new logo with staff making sure that the proposed new logo undergoes a clearance and is an original design for which the city will have a no-cost license agreement with the artist for use of the logo in North Manhattan Beach Business Improvement District. Project funding for the additive to supply and install the 8 decorative crosswalks would require an allocation of $326,822 from the Public Arts Trust Fund and is available as highlighted here for the project's budget. So in closing, with staff recommendations that City Council adopt a resolution to award a construction contract to Pavement Coatings Co. for the North Area Sand Section base bid and additives for Grandview Elementary School, the outdoor dining decks, as well as the decorative crosswalks. Then also adopt a resolution to award an inspection services agreement to Z&K Consultants, Inc. for the project, and appropriate CIP funds for the Manhattan Beach Unified School District Grandview Elementary School. For the purpose of this presentation, as shown in red on the slide, it is recommended that the City Council allocate funds for the Public Arts Trust Fund for the project and discuss and provide direction regarding the design of the decorative crosswalks and use of North Manhattan Beach Bid's preferred logo. So, thank you. That's all I have, and I open up to questions and comments, and I can refer back to slides where necessary.
Can you put the logo slide back up?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Haworth, questions?
See, for the bid preferred design, you know, I know that before, and I think I was either on the council or it was right before I was on the council before, you know, they put this logo in there, but it says Manhattan Beach. It doesn't say North Manhattan Beach. Was there any consideration, did they talk about, you know, putting in the city logo? Did they talk about using the colors that were approved? Like, this is they're putting a private stamp, if you will, on a public right-of-way. So I guess it's more of a comment than a question. I'll wait. I'll comment. Sorry. I'm not a practicer.
Apparently so am I. Councilmember Lesser.
I wanted to ask about the average useful life of the thermoplast treatment, to the extent that this is then the replacement treatment for the crosswalk. How long is it estimated to last?
So it should, last the extent of the pavement's life, but that is going to be affected by how heavily used it is, the environment, and like I said, the traffic.
Noticing the rainbow crosswalk that was installed by the pier is showing some signs of wear, and part of it is tire marks, and it's ordinary wear and tear, and I'm worried that it might last a shorter lifespan than the seal itself, and is there any concern by staff that that might be the case?
Not at this moment, because it is heavy duty. The wear that I've seen currently is typical cracks that have happened in pavement. Nothing extreme based on failure of the actual material. But
go ahead.
I was going to say the wear that we have seen, since it was installed in 2010, it started wearing within, I believe, at the 10-year mark.
Right. And perhaps just to pick up on a question based on my colleague's initial comments about the North End's preferred logo being installed in the sidewalk. I'm trying to think if the downtown bid, for example, has its logo installed in anything other than perhaps signage around town, but nothing embedded in the city street itself, correct?
I do not believe so, but I can.
Does not. And are they offering to pay something so they have their trademark, their mark, that would be embedded, or no?
I believe in the past that was a discussion, but since the Rainbow Crosswalk and the Scramble Crosswalks did utilize the Public Arts Trust Fund, we're looking to do the same here.
Right. I mean, there was a major push years ago for the North End to have a distinctive sort of branding in that area, but we'll leave it for comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Franklin, questions?
Yes, a comment. So I am the council rep on the North Manhattan bid, and that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted to sort of get their own identity to enhance their image and and to make it, sort of a fun place to go to. So that was their goal, was to design what you see there as their preferred design there.
Questions?
Yes. So I'm also concerned about wear and tear, especially since it's not inexpensive. So in the presentation on slide number 7, you actually show the crosswalk and it has some wear and tear on it. Do you know how long that took?
10 years, approximately.
It was 10 years to get it to that?
And very noticeably in the most heavily used lane.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Without any other questions, we'll open up to public comment. Anyone want to come down to address this item?
I think Councilmember Lester had a great question just regarding the length of time and the thermoplastic. I know that it does cost more. On Morningside Avenue, right at 11th Place, it was put in, and probably about maybe 2 or 3 months after it was put in, there's a whole section, you can still walk over there and look at it, but there was a whole section that came out. And so in multiple areas. And so my only thought, and I probably should have reached out to Eric or said something whenever it happened, but my only thought is just make sure the contractor does it right, because there was one conversation, Mr. Mayor, that we were talking about. It was approved to go forward with paying the additional amount of money, but however it was installed, it was likely the street was dirty or whatever, but when they put it on, it didn't stick. So I would just make a suggestion that if we are going to spend the additional amount of money, make sure that Public Works has the right level of effort just in terms of just looking at, make sure it's done correctly.
At Morningside and 11th?
There's...
what did we put there?
There was what happened, there was some motorcycle parking, or there was a small vehicle. I think what we did is we put some signage for extra small vehicles or something like that, and it was that little section, triangular section that was in, and it came up. I walk by there every day. So
okay.
At some point.
All right. All right. Other public comments? All right. Zoom? Anyone by Zoom? Craig?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Craig Cadwallader, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter. And while I haven't polled every one of our members in the city or in the area, I would suggest that we might prefer the BID preferred logo of the Surfer on a Wave. And if we have any influence at all, I would love to see that. That represents what we're all about, and I think it looks much better, more active, and more user-friendly than the existing. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Craig. Anyone else by Zoom? Debbie?
Hi, it's Debbie Bendis. I was just, I live in the north end here, and I was just about to exit the meeting when I heard this thing come up about the north end. While I love the crosswalks and I love the artwork and I love all of that stuff, I really have to question the amount of money this is costing. I'm a producer by profession, and I look at line item budgets all the time, and I work with artists and designers and composers and every line item of creative endeavors, and I just don't understand what would cost $326,000. I would be questioning that before you spend $300,000 of taxpayers' money. Why is it so expensive? There's to change a logo. I would say maybe redesign the logo with the different colors, or find some way to bring those costs down. I think that's an outrageous use of public funds for 4 crosswalks, which would be like $82,000 a piece. I don't know. That's my feeling about the whole thing. Not that I'm against it. I think it would be beautiful, but I would be questioning and looking at those line item budgets.
Okay, and let's clarify though through staff that the cost isn't for the design. It's for the execution of the thermoplasty, which would be there if we did no logo at all, correct?
Yes, we would have thermoplastic for the crosswalks be cheaper than the decorative crosswalks, but that price that's shown is for all 8 crosswalks.
Great.
Okay.
Yes.
Just a question.
Councilor
I recognize it's public comment still, but just a follow-up question. Is there a plan B? I mean, is there a cheaper option such as redoing what was done before, even though it has a more limited useful life, with the assumption that that might be cheaper?
I mean, we could go with the city standard and place the continental crosswalks, but that would take that away. But we can also redesign it, but that would be outside of the replacement. And
Sorry, just to clarify, if there was a desire of council to repeat what is there now, using the same process that was used 10, 12 years ago, understanding that it would have a useful life of 10 years or so, would that be a cheaper option?
That would be more expensive because that would then have removal and replacement of asphalt that's directly under it. So we would need to do a 2-inch mill and overlay and be more of a resurfacing project instead of a slurry seal.
Thank you.
Martha, anyone else on Zoom? Yes, Peter. Peter Kim? Peter?
What the heck?
Peter, you want to turn your TV down? It's a bad commercial. Sports Center? Peter? Peter, are you there?
Comic relief.
Okay. Well,
let me text him.
Well, that's the last request for comment. Okay. You have more?
I was just going to answer that question in that we can monitor the wear and the material as well as the contractor's work is under 1-year warranty as part of the contract, so that definitely can be revisited.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, you have a question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, remind everybody this happened before. Paint, thermoplastic wears out, folks. Doesn't stay forever. $330,000, this is public art trust fund money. And as whoever was talking, the engineer talked about this, it costs more to go backwards. So I'll make the motion to approve 23-0030.
Well, I've got a question, and that would be, downtown, while we did some additional, because we created a scramble sidewalk, we're not looking at a scramble sidewalk in the north end, but could we not, it would be less expensive to put the logo in the middle of the intersection and do the continental stripes for the crosswalks. Is that correct?
That would be an option. That might need to be something that I reach out to cultural arts manager in the commission to discuss.
She's right there.
What that would entail, because it's a totally new design, and I'm not sure what timing that would entail, especially since this slurry seal project is scheduled for February through May.
Plenty of time.
Hi. So we're just talking about just putting the logo or another design in the middle, much like what we currently have on the.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see that
The
as
same
being
exact design?
the same exact logo or the.
No. There, let's say another logo,
Okay.
but it would be just enlarged and put in the middle like we did for the downtown.
Yeah, as long as there's a proper file for that logo, which I think there is.
I would think they can scale it up, no problem. Okay, all right.
I did reach out to Peter Kim, so if.
Is he on right now? He's on the call?
We're in council discussion, aren't we?
Yeah, well, hold on. Peter, are you there? I know, but we can't just reach out to people for the sake of it when they're got the TV blasting.
He said he couldn't unmute. He was trying to unmute.
Peter, are you there? Maybe you should go to his house and unmute him.
I've done all I can do.
Peter, are you there? We're going to have to move on.
Your Honor, I'll continue as the other portion of the council rep to North MBID. I'm okay with your alternate motion. You want to say that and make the different diagram. As long as it's slow down the project, there's so much of our paving project kicked back and delayed. We don't want to micromanage it, but I'm okay if you want to switch them out, make it a little different, as long as you're not paying for a delay of a month or 2 months later.
Yeah, and just, I'll jump in, sorry, Councilor Howard, I'll get back to you. But, I don't want to micromanage either, except that, this is something that we're going to put out there, and it's the image of Manhattan Beach. I'll be perfectly honest, I'm underwhelmed by this logo. I think flesh is always a terrible color to incorporate in something, and the circle, I think the colors are wrong. I think I question the sketchiness of the wave and how that's going to look in the final result. And the I'm fine with North Manhattan Beach. I'm fine with the separate identity. I think home of El Porto Beach is squeezed in there, and frankly, El Porto is north of Rosecrans. But I'm not excited about the logo. If that's what they want, I don't know. It's the city doing it, though. I would like to have a cost out of just what it was the cost of the logo. Of course, that included the colored stripes as well, since it was a scrambled crosswalk, so that's not very informative, the downtown, because we had the blue stripes along with the circle.
I think it was about $30,000 for just the circle.
$30,000 just the circle?
I believe so, and I can double check on that, because on that one it was costed, that's not right. Anyhow, the price was separated out because only the circle part, if you will, was paid out of the trust fund. The stripes came out of Public Works Fund. So I think it was in the realm of $30,000.
Okay, of course, that would
for just the circle part,
right.
So just the logo.
But of course, that's in the middle of an intersection, and this is being incorporated in crosswalks on several streets, right?
Correct.
So,
So then you're paying for the entire crosswalk, which I guess would be more similar to the rainbow crosswalk.
Right. I mean, again, I don't want to throw a wrench in everything, and we're up against certain timelines to get this done, but again, I'm not wowed by this logo at all. So, Councilor Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my problem is actually with using city funds, taxpayer funds for a branding, on public right-of-way, if you will. I'm not crazy about the logo either. If I let's say we decide, okay, we're fine with that. They want an identity. I want them to have fun, nice things too. I also know that we have to get this slurry seal project going. But, we spent all this time to come up with a logo, and it's a beautiful logo for the city. And, the Downtown Business Association doesn't have, doesn't say Downtown Manhattan Beach, it says Manhattan Beach. And frankly, if we're going to have a logo with a person on it, why is it a man, or why isn't there a woman additionally? That.
No, it's a man.
That's actually fair, I guess. But and I don't love the typeface, so I guess I'm a little cranky about it.
Be a they or.
Okay, it could be a they. It could be a they, but I could kind of see that, but I do have a problem with the branding of it. Because they approved branding. Mitch Ward was still on the council. He was the representative to the North End or North Manhattan Beach BID. And they had those, the banners made with their new logo and stuff on it. So what if in 5 years they want to change it and they stamp this on? So I don't love the logo. I got to be honest. I'm not going to. That's all. I don't like it. I don't like it, but that's on them. If they like it, if we decide we're okay with them branding the public.
It's going to go on the city street, so are you good with it going
No,
on the city street?
I'm not.
Mr. Mayor, if it pleases the council, we can come back with a different logo and talk about options there. It's important we get this contract awarded for the slurry.
Perfect.
And if we want to talk about a logo that can be applied later, we can do that.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. I support what the mayor's comments were and I'm receptive to what Councilmember Haworth has said. I'm a former North Manhattan Beach bid representative, and I support their efforts to come across as a distinct identity within our larger city, but there's no reason why we can't, at least with the street, use this beautiful city logo that a lot of time was spent on, particularly after our prior council had spent a lot of time trying to come up with a way to have uniform signage. So what I was going to ask is there enough time? I mean, obviously I defer to staff to tell us when they need this awarded. Maybe there needs to be a bifurcation, the award tonight. But the first meeting in February is the 7th. Could you come back with some of these outstanding questions answered? How much more it would cost? Can we in fact use the Public Arts Trust Fund to pay for it?
Well, and thank you. I mean, if I could just tag on, using the Public Arts Trust Fund to pay for their logo really, isn't right to me. So
I think we're all moving on from that.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
So I think to answer your questions, what we'd love you to do is adopt the 2 resolutions that are before you tonight to appropriate the funds, let us get the project going, and we will come back, if not the next meeting, I would hope by the meeting after that, and we can get to the heart of the logo issue while our project has already been awarded and ensure we can get it completed on time.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery?
Your Honor, I'll restate my motion to adopt Resolution 23-0003 and 004 and appropriate funds.
Are we coming back on the logo?
Yeah, we'll come back with logo, that's fine.
Okay.
And so for the benefit of the public, that's A, B, and C, and it's an additional $177,448 from the CIP fund.
Okay, any further discussion? All right.
I apologize, a clarifying question since logos end up on my desk a lot. Are we asking the bid to adopt a new logo? Are we asking the bid to design a new logo? Or in terms of the actual physical look of this, what are we asking? Are we asking staff to design some options? These are all possibilities.
I think we're saying the majority of council doesn't like the logo enough to put it on the street, the public street.
Okay, so.
And so whether they want to keep that logo or not is up to them, but what goes on the street will be determined by council. So if they want to adjust the logo, work with the city to adjust the logo, they can, but I also heard a preference for the city's new logo to go certain places, so that's an option too.
Perfect, we'll come back to that. Thank you.
Director Lee?
To be clear, Public Works staff would recommend A, B, C, and D, including the $326,000 appropriation from the Arts Trust Fund to award the contract. The actual design of that logo, whether it be the city logo or the North Manhattan bid logo, I think we could swap out the image files later, but we'd want to award the contract intact as recommended and need those additional funds to do so.
Okay.
Oh, but I won't vote for that if I don't want the Public Trust Fund to pay for the bid logo.
We haven't decided on the logo yet.
But I'm just saying that he just said whether it's their logo or our logo, the money's appropriated for it. So I wouldn't vote for that, so that's fine.
Okay.
And I just want to make a comment that I do support the bid preferred logo was there, and they worked pretty hard on it. This is what they're having their businesses there. They many of them live there in the area. They feel they just want to have a little bit of different branding in order to stand apart. To stand out.
I'm fine with that. Better logo. Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery, is that an old hand or a new hand?
Old hand, I'm gonna lower it.
Okay.
I withdrew my second, though.
Okay, so.
Second.
And.
Keep it moving.
So where are we then?
Well,
Original motion stands with the addition of B, C, and D as directly wanted.
With final determination on the logo to come later?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to be clear, so that would include the allocation of $326 from the Public Arts Fund.
Absolutely. Yes.
And so that's the motion. And so the second has withdrawn her second. And just to keep in mind, that's not taxpayers' funds, by the way. That's
You're right.
Just funds used by developers have given that for art.
And I second, subject to Councilmember Hover's comments. You want to say something?
Quick comment. If we do say that, well, we want them, they approved their logo, they worked hard on it, they want their, why can't they put some of their bid money towards this?
Well, the bid money is the city's money, just so you know.
But it's separate than it's separate than the Public Arts Fund.
It is.
That's all.
I don't know if any of the bid money is going to it.
So my understanding is that when these crosswalks, the decorative crosswalks, including that surfboard logo, were originally installed over 10 years ago, it was the bid funds that paid for all of that. And so that's what opened up the door for us to even have these conversations with the bid, is they paid all this money to have these nice crosswalks. Do we want to redo the same thing? And so that's how we got here. That's how, when we proposed essentially doing like for like, there was additional comments about, well, we have a new logo, can we use that instead?
So then how did the Public Art Trust Fund get in this? Because it's just seen as some slush fund that everyone can draw down on?
So I think that the thought process was all the crosswalks that were done recently in downtown were done with, I believe those were trust fund dollars. And so it's to, and the DBPA did not pay for those.
Okay.
And so it was to
Fair
have
enough.
equity between the business districts.
Fair enough.
They didn't put their logo on them either. So, okay. I've made my,
And just to be clear, Councilmember Holworth, I understand your point exactly. The $326,000 we are proposing, when you look at the totality of the where the dollars are going, there's a whole lot of thermoplastic we're buying. It's not only just for the logo.
Right.
that's fair. And
The pattern and everything.
I've made my comments and I'll support it. So,
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Montgomery?
Yes.
Mayor Napolitano?
Yes.
Councilmember Haworth?
yes.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. That takes us to City Council requests and reports, including AB 1234 reports. Anyone have any 1234 reports?
No.
Okay. Seeing none, future agenda items. Anyone with future agenda items?
No? Nope.
What was I gonna do?
The environmental programs.
Oh, no, we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. City manager report.
None tonight.
Okay, city attorney report.
None tonight.
All right, informational items. There's agenda forecast there. And then closed session. So council is now going to recess into closed session for the reasons stated by our city attorney.
Yes, pursuant to Government Code Section 549, 56.9D1, the City Council will now go into closed session to discuss the existing litigation of High Rose El Porto versus the City of Manhattan Beach.
Okay, so we will recess and reconvene here when we... Okay, we're back, we're live, and we're reporting out from closed session. Mr. City Attorney, what did we do?
Thank you, Mayor. As previously mentioned prior to the closed session, the City Council went into closed session to discuss the item identified on the agenda. There was no reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will be adjourning to our next meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Yes.
Lovely. Okay. We'll be back at 6 p.m. tomorrow.